Hey guys, welcome to a new video. Like, comment and subscribe if you enjoy. Without any further interruptions, enjoy the what if.
Chapter 11. Assemble. It had been 3 weeks since the formation of Team 7. For the past 3 weeks life had changed for all the members of Team 7. They were all quite shocked when Naruto displayed his leadership capabilities and made them run through many different teamwork exercises. He also helped every member of his team in improving their personal skills. Naruto helped Anko in improving her taijutsu. When she started sparring with Naruto, he easily evaded her attacks with his sharingan and gave her tough hits. Naruto realized that the hubby-style taijutsu was ineffective against a sharingan wielder. Hubby style depends on evading the enemy attacks quickly and counter-attacking with tremendous speed, but in a fight against someone with sharingan, it was pointless. As a result, he had increased her training weights in order to increase her speed. With Kurenai, he helped her with her water affinity. She sure had a lot of talent with water. In a span of 3 weeks she had already learned 5 ninjutsu of this affinity. She was quite amazed that Naruto's control over water was on a totally different level. Sasuke and Naruto trained together. Naruto trained Sasuke in his Sharingan Genjutsu. He also helped him with the Uchiha Interceptor Fist and helped him learn a fire-style ninjutsu. Naruto helped Sakura in improving her stamina and taijutsu. Her chakra control was on par with Kurenai. As a result, she was able to learn Genjutsu. Naruto only knew some basic first aid medical ninjutsu and he taught Sakura that. To his surprise, she was far more skilled and adept than Naruto in that art. Officially, she was now the medic of the team. Sakura also had a unique talent which no one in the team had, not even Naruto. She was skilled in archery. Sakura's father was a chunin and he had taught his daughter this art to help her and make her strong. Naruto found this ability to be extremely beneficial for the team. Anko and Kurenai had made Sasuke and Sakura accept that they will have to kill during missions. Anko was an interrogator and as such knew how the human mind works. She skillfully eased Sakura's hesitation. All in all, Team 7 was now ready to perform operations as a special combat unit. So we found Team 7 standing in front of the Hokage ready for their first mission. Team 7 reporting for duty, Hokage-sama, said Naruto sincerely. He was in his chunin vest and had a sword strapped on his back. His face was hidden by his face mask. I'm glad that your team is now operational. I have a mission which would require your specific skills, said Hiruzen seriously. What is the mission, Hokage-sama? Asked Naruto curiously. The rest of the members were silently listening to the conversation. It was a habit that only the team leader could speak for the team. I have been getting reports of several abduction cases in our towns and villages near the border of Water Country. Kiri is in a civil war right now, and as a result many of their shinobi have taken this opportunity and have gone rogue. Specifically 2 of these shinobi are behind these abductions, explained Hiruzen briefly. Do we have any identification on these culprits? Asked Naruto sternly. Yes, they are Taro Kasaragi and Sasama Kasaragi. They both are B-ranked missing nin of Kiri. From our reports they are running a gang of bandits, said Hiruzen. From what information we have, they seem to be related to each other, and what type of people are they abducting from our country? Asked Naruto curiously. Women and children, said Hiruzen angrily. The rest of the team flinched a little when they heard Hiruzen's harsh tone, but they could understand why he was so angry. So we have a crazy band of brother and sister, missing women and children, less time to save them, and a large number of bandits led by 2 B-ranked missing nin in our way, explained Naruto. The rest of the team looked at him as if he was crazy, saying all of this as if it was a joke, but what they didn't know that he had already performed missions more dangerous than this. Yes, that sums it up. Our estimates say there are 80 bandits, but there can be more. You will not receive any reinforcements, you're on your own. Get the job done in 2 days, commanded Hiruzen. We will take care of the enemy and rescue the hostages, Hokage-sama, said Naruto confidently. He had faith in his team. Also, you will be joined by another shinobi for this mission, said Hiruzen, surprising Naruto. Can you tell us the reason for this, Hokage-sama? My team is more than capable to handle the enemy, argued Naruto curtly. Yes, that may be true, but the enemy camp is located in the mountains. That place is highly unstable and many times people have got lost. While you are a censor and as such you can find the way. But we don't have time. If we delay, the hostages will be out of our reach, explained Hiruzen briefly. Who is this new member? Asked Sakura curiously. She just couldn't resist to know who this person was. Naruto just sighed. He knew sometimes he couldn't stop people from asking questions, he too was curious. It may be better if she introduces herself, said Hiruzen. The door to the office opened, and to everyone's surprise and Naruto's disappointment, it was Hinata. Naruto liked Hinata as a friend, but as a kunoichi he doubted her resolve. In this mission there was going to be a lot of bloodshed, and for a kind girl like Hinata it will be horrible. Even he and Anko had to drill in Sakura's head for 3 weeks to make her accept killing. Hello, said Hinata meekly. She blushed when she saw Naruto but gave harsh glare to Kurenai. Naruto and Kurenai raised an eyebrow on such actions. Naruto just shook his head and Kurenai understood his message. Hinata, have you been briefed about the mission? Asked Naruto seriously. Yes. Naruto-kun, said Hinata shyly. Welcome aboard, said Naruto with a small smile. The least he could do was make the girl comfortable, so he could handle her. I hope your mission is a success, said Hiruzen with a smile. All the shinobi bowed to the Hokage and the team then looked to Naruto. All right, we will assemble at the north gate in 10 minutes, pack light. Hinata, since you are new to the team, I'll say this now. You will do what I say. When I tell you to jump, you ask how high. When I ask you to kill someone, you will do it without any hesitation or remorse. Am I clear? Asked Naruto loudly. Hinata flinched a little when she heard Naruto's harsh tone. She and the other rookies were quite surprised when they heard he was made Chunin, but everyone accepted it except Kiba, who was jealous. But the Naruto that was standing before her was completely different. Kill? Asked Hinata with a little fear. Kakashi had just not trained them enough and prepared them to kill, saying that it would be time before they went on such missions, but it looked like it would be early. It will be all right, we have your back, said Sakura softly. She was in the same boat as Hinata a few days back, but Anko was very harsh and made her accept to kill. Look, Hinata, it may sound cold, but we work as a team. If you hesitate, it may put the others in jeopardy. I am the leader of this team, and as such all of your lives are my responsibility, said Naruto softly. His training en route had indeed made him very strict when it came to missions. The punishments he had suffered for hesitating were far less tolerable. Hi, said Hinata a little confidently. All the others nodded and left the room with their shunsen. Hinata was quite surprised by this. She turned around and saw the Hokage having an amused smile on his face. Realizing she was getting late, she hurried to her home to get her gear. You are a good leader, Naruto. Soft, gentle, but also strict when it matters, thought Hiruzen proudly. Northern Gates. All the members of the newly formed Team 7 were standing at the gates in full battle gear. All right, since everyone is ready, started Naruto, but then he saw Hinata was having a bag on her back. He frowned on seeing this. Doesn't she know a basic sealing technique? I guess Kakashi didn't consider her ready to teach it, thought Naruto. Hinata, why do you have a bag on your back? Asked Naruto seriously. It has my battle gear and supplies, said Hinata with a blush. Kurenai-chan, please help her out, said Naruto softly to Kurenai. Kurenai gave a warm smile in return. The rest of the team had a little smile on their face. They had told their team about their relationship. Sasuke and Sakura were a little surprised by this but were happy for Naruto. While Anko teased him about having a taste in older women, Hinata was furious by this. Why did Naruto think she needed that bitch's help? All right, Hinata, give me your bag, requested Kurenai. Naruto had told her that she had a crush on him, so she was trying to be gentle as the girl was new to the team. I'm fine, Kurenai-san, said Hinata curtly. Hinata, that wasn't an offer, it was an order, said Kurenai firmly. She wouldn't tolerate insubordination in her team. Hinata roughly gave her the bag. Kurenai then took out a scroll from her pouch. Hinata was quite surprised when her bag was solid in the scroll. How did you do it? Asked a surprised Hinata. Enough talk, we need to get moving, said Naruto sternly. They didn't have any time for idle chat. What should be our formation, Naruto-kun? Asked Sakura curiously. Hinata will be in the front and will scan the area for enemy and the correct path to the enemy camp, instructed Naruto, and Hinata gave a nod. Sasuke, you will be on the left flank and I will be on the right. Our job is to protect Hinata, said Naruto, and Sasuke agreed. Hinata blushed a little when Naruto said he would protect her. Sakura, you are the medic of the team. You shall be in the center. Anko will be in the back and will cover you and us, said Naruto, and both the females agreed. Kurenai, you will be our trump card. You know what to do, said Naruto with a smile. Kurenai came forward and gave him a soft kiss on his cheeks. Naruto blushed a little. Bitch, stay away from my Naruto-kun, thought a furious Hinata who was clenching her hands tightly. Maisegakur no Jutsu, hiding with camouflage technique. Kurenai quickly performed the hand signs and camouflaged herself. It was Naruto's plan in any case they got ambushed. One member could surprise the enemy and attack them or fall back and get reinforcements. Let's go, said Naruto firmly. Right, said the team in unison. Team 7 had started moving towards the target in the formation which Naruto wanted. It had been a few minutes and there was no presence of any hostiles. Hinata was already scanning the area since the last few minutes, but there was something wrong. Naruto saw her eyes were getting strained and as such decided to find out. Hinata, are you alright? Asked Naruto in a concerned voice. Hi, I'm fine, said Hinata in a strained voice. She was trying to give a smile, but Naruto saw her smile was fake. Her eyes are straining, running towards the target and maintaining her Byakugan at the same time as taxing. Her chakra level and stamina are very pitiful for a person with a Kekkei Genkai, thought Naruto with a frown. Hinata, deactivate your Byakugan, you don't have the stamina. Gather your strength back, and don't even think about opposing it. I am the team leader and I don't want any member of my team collapsing from chakra depletion before our fight with the enemy, commanded Naruto firmly. I couldn't even live up to Naruto-kun's expectations. I'm a failure just like Tu-san had said, thought a sad Hinata. Naruto, can you give us more information about the enemy? Asked Sasuke curiously. Taro was a Chunin and so was his sister Sasama. Both of them are skilled in water style and Taro is skilled in Kenjutsu. In the bingo book it was mentioned that Sasama was skilled in Genjutsu, explained Naruto briefly. Then, that would make me the best choice to fight her, said a camouflaged Kurenai. Yes, you will be the best opponent for her. Your Genjutsu skills are one of the finest in our village, I believe you can handle her, complimented Naruto with a smile. Kurenai blushed, but fortunately she was camouflaged. We should increase our speed and reach the target quickly. It would be good opportunity to attack them at night. Today will be new moon, so it can work as our advantage, suggested Naruto. That can also work against us, advised Anko. Anko-san is correct, Naruto. Only Hinata's Byakugan could see clearly in such darkness. You and Sasuke-kun could also manage. But it would be very difficult for the rest of us, said Sakura a little worriedly. I have the proper gear so you don't need to worry about that. Now let's speed up, we must reach the target in 5 hours, said Naruto, and the others nodded. Few hours later, the team had reached the outskirts of the mountains behind which the enemy camp was located. They had been traveling continuously for the past few hours. It was already evening and the team was a little tired. We'll make camp here, rest up for a few hours. I'll make clones to keep guard. We'll be moving at midnight, instructed Naruto. Everyone nodded a little tiredly. Sakura and Hinata instantly sat down as they were pretty much exhausted. Meanwhile, Anko and Kurenai were talking about something. Naruto formed 20 shadow clones and sent them in different directions to keep guard. Sasuke was sitting alone. He had a perplexed look on his face. Naruto got curious and went to find out what was troubling his brother. What's on your mind? Asked Naruto silently and sat beside Sasuke. Sasuke looked at Naruto for a while. Naruto was the only family he had left. He had always been there for him and understood him as a person, and they both had shared similar pain. Naruto was the person whom he trusted the most in the village. How strong am I? Asked Sasuke silently and looked at the sky. Honestly, you have come a long way. You are easily a Chunin level shinobi. The reason you have developed your skills so quickly is because you want to protect your friends. You may not admit it, but I know you do care a lot about Sakura and the team. Explained Naruto briefly. Sasuke's eyes widened on hearing this. He thought he had hidden his feelings well. Sakura and Naruto were precious to him. He was even starting to accept Anko and Kurenai. You can see through my deception? Asked a shocked Sasuke. These eyes of mine see everything, Sasuke. I'm an Uchiha too, so I can understand you better. Said Naruto deeply. You know, I always want to become like you. Said Sasuke with a short smile. Naruto had a pained look in his eyes. He too cared about Sasuke. He was his family. Sasuke, I'll tell you this once. Don't follow my path. There is nothing but loneliness and pain. Become a man who would protect his friends and village, just like your parents would want you to become. Said Naruto seriously. But you are everyone's hope. People look up to you. I look up to you. Why are you saying all this? Asked Sasuke a little loudly. A little fear had started to build in his mind, the memories of that night coming back with full force. I am following a path where you can't follow. Sasuke, I want you to promise me one thing, requested Naruto in a soft voice. What is it? Asked Sasuke doubtfully. He didn't know what was going in Naruto's life. No matter what happens, Sasuke, protect the village and revive our clan. You are the hope of the Uchiha clan, and take care of our team. Said Naruto sadly. Naruto, what's the problem? Asked Sasuke desperately. Naruto looked at Sasuke through pained eyes. What should he do? Should I tell him? By telling him, would things change? I guess there is no point now. Thought Naruto deeply. Sasuke was just about to ask the question again when Anko suddenly jumped in front of them. Naruto, I need to talk to you now. Said Anko sternly. Naruto gave a nod and followed Anko, leaving behind a desperate Sasuke. Something is wrong, thought Sasuke worriedly. Naruto, while I'm sure about our team handling the enemy, I'm not sure about the Hyuga. Said Anko doubtfully. Kurenai stepped beside Anko. They both were experienced Junin and as such knew Hinata wasn't ready for all the killing. She is too shy and kind. Maybe if we had more time we could have drilled it into her head like Sakura. Right now if she steps in the battlefield, she may not be ready and as a result it would put her life in danger. The enemy already have great numbers in comparison to us. We don't need any of our team member getting captured or killed in such situation. Explained Kurenai briefly. But if we don't allow her to fight, we lose our strength. Our information about the enemy may be wrong, there could be more than 80 bandits. But you are right, instead of using her in the offense we shall use her as a support. Suggested Naruto. What do you have in mind? Asked Kurenai curiously. Anko, you are skilled in infiltration. After we collect information about the enemy I want you to rescue the hostages while the rest of us will distract the enemy. You will need help in protecting those hostages and finding your way in dark. Hinata can assist you in protecting the hostages and getting you out of there with the help of her Byakugan. Said Naruto analytically. But that would leave you four to deal with the enemy force alone. Said Anko seriously. She didn't want any of them to get hurt. All of them were precious to her, even Sasuke. Yes, that is why I want you to be as quick as possible. Our success will depend on how fast you will be able to provide us assistance. Said Naruto firmly. I guess you are right. I'll leave the hostages with the Hyuga and will try my best to assist you quickly. Said Anko softly. That's all I ask. Said Naruto with a grateful smile. I'll go check on Sakura and Hinata. Make sure they are ready. Suggested Anko. Naruto and Kurenai nodded and Anko went towards both the girls. You okay? Asked Kurenai softly and hugged Naruto from the back. Let's go somewhere else. Said Naruto tiredly. He saw Hinata eyeing them strangely. Kurenai saw the two and they both shunshined away. Why can't Naruto-kun see that I love him? Thought a dejected Hinata. Hinata. Snapped Anko. What? Asked Hinata fearfully. Listen girl. This isn't a picnic. We are in enemy territory. We have a mission to complete. Frankly, you are not fit for the mission at all. The only thing you are useful is guiding the team. So listen to me carefully. You and I are going to rescue the hostages. If I find you hesitating or distracted, I'll kill you myself, said Anko furiously and leaked her key, making Hinata cower with fear. Anko had enough with the girl's fangirl habits. Lives were at stake here. Please calm down, Anko-san. I'm sure Hinata will do all right, said Sakura calmly. She was trying to calm down the tension. She knew Anko was short-tempered and had made it very clear to her. Sakura, make sure she understands, said Anko with a frown and walked away. Sakura looked at Hinata's fearful face and sighed. Guess it's going to be a long chat. Naruto and Kurenai were sitting in a field. Kurenai was resting on Naruto's shoulders. There was pitch black darkness as there was no moon in the sky. Naruto was looking at the sky with his sharingan ablaze. It was as if he was searching for something. You know, you look very handsome with your sharingan, said Kurenai with a small blush. Your ruby eyes are more beautiful than my sharingan, said Naruto with a smile. Kurenai then leaned a bit and kissed Naruto gently. Naruto happily kissed her back. Kurenai's lips were so soft and delicious that he just couldn't resist kissing her. Naruto then gently pushed Kurenai a little, making himself get on top of her. He kissed her cheeks, then her ears. He then slowly started kissing her neck. Kurenai was moaning loudly. Naruto's kisses were making her a lot more aroused and excited. She then gently started exploring her hands on Naruto's chest and unzipped his chunin vest. Naruto smiled a little. He then decided to do something unexpected. He gently gave a soft bite on Kurenai's neck, earning a loud moan from her. It wasn't an animalistic bite, but was just a simple hickey. Ah! Moaned Kurenai loudly as Naruto again gave her a hickey. Naruto then gently put his hands on Kurenai's breasts. He hesitated a little and looked at Kurenai, asking for her approval to touch her. She gave a warm smile to him and he gently caressed her right breast. It feels so good, moaned Kurenai with pleasure. She really liked when Naruto was making love to her. Deciding to return the favor, she then gently took off his chunin flak jacket and the black shirt beneath it. She started kissing his chest, gently sending jolts of pleasure through Naruto's entire body. She then gently started kissing his neck. Naruto was in a world of pleasure. He loved the feeling of Kurenai's soft lips kissing his neck. He was quite surprised when she gently gave him a hickey too. Kurenai's hands then slowly reached towards Naruto's pants. Realizing where this was heading, he then gently grasped her hand. What's wrong? Asked Kurenai confusedly. This isn't the time. We should get back with the team. I'm sorry I got carried away, said Naruto with a sheepish smile. You're right, we should get back. You shouldn't be sorry. It was I who started it. Besides, I enjoyed it a lot, said Kurenai with a naughty look in her eyes. I enjoyed it too, said Naruto with a warm smile. He then gently put on his black shirt, hiding his well-toned chest, much to Kurenai's displeasure. He chuckled on seeing that look on her face. If they weren't on a mission, he wouldn't have stopped. Only he knew how much he had to restrain himself from just taking Kurenai right there. She was a true goddess. Her beauty was unparalleled. It was as if every part of her body was just perfect. Should stop perverted ideas, thought Naruto firmly and shook his head. He then offered his hand to Kurenai and made her stand up. She got up and gently kissed his lips one last time before he put his face mask back on. They both started walking back towards the team. Kurenai had a few questions in mind and thought now was the time to ask them. Naruto, do you and Hinata have a past? Asked Kurenai doubtfully. As far as she knew, Naruto had not been in any kind of romantic relationship before. No, was Naruto's simple reply. Then why does she always glares when I'm close to you? I think she has more than a crush on you, suggested Kurenai. That's because she wants to be in the place you are in, said Naruto curtly. You haven't tried to convey it to her that you don't like her that way? Asked Kurenai curiously. It's different, Kurenai-chan. Hinata has always admired me since the academy. She would do whatever I say, would listen to anything I say. She admires me so much that her admiration has become something more. I am not blind to her feelings, but I just don't like her type of girls, explained Naruto briefly. He was being honest with Kurenai about Hinata. If there was any other man in your place, they would have bagged her long ago, said Kurenai analytically. If you look at it that way, suppose I would have ended up in a relationship with her, it wouldn't have any future. She is the heiress of the Hyuga clan. That clan preserves their Byakugan to death, they even sacrifice their own siblings for that. They wouldn't let any outsider marry one of their clan less the clan heiress, they will preserve their Kekai Genkai, so chance of me and Hinata ending up as a married couple would be impossible, explained Naruto briefly. Kurenai was a little surprised by what Naruto had said, what he said made complete sense. Even if he did love Hinata, there was no way he could end up with her as the Hyuga clan wouldn't allow that in order to save their Byakugan. The Uchiha clan did allow some people to enter their clan but only those of noble blood, however the Hyuga were such stuck-up pricks that they branded members of their family with seals and made them branch family members in order to protect the main branch. In the history of the clan, there was not a single incident when an outsider was allowed to marry someone from the clan. So Hinata's wish in real life would only be wishful thinking on her part. Her dream could never be a reality. Besides, I don't love Hinata, I love you. I do care about her but only as a friend. I don't want to break her heart, so I am not telling her straight away that I don't like girls like her as my partner. Maybe one day she will realize this herself, said Naruto seriously. I understand, said Kurenai calmly. The couple just remained silent on the rest of the way, instead were enjoying the calm night. They both arrived at their camp and saw the entire team was ready in their battle gear. They had rested for quite some time. Naruto put his hand in his pouch and took out 5 ration bars. Anko and Kurenai got the message, while the younger members were curious. What's this, Naruto? Is that a ration bar? Asked Sakura curiously. Yes, it is. It will help you all to replenish the energy you have lost. It'll taste like shit though, said Naruto with a chuckle. He then tossed the 5 ration bars to his team, he and Kurenai had already taken them. He watched in amusement when Sasuke, Sakura and Hinata took their first bite. Sakura and Hinata instantly threw it up, while Sasuke's eyebrows were twitching. My someone sure didn't like it, joked Anko mischievously. Eat it up fast, we don't have much time, commanded Naruto. Hi, said the 3 irritatingly. Anko had already eaten her share, she and Kurenai were Junin and were used to this, but it was fun to see the look on the new Genin's faces. After a few moments the team was finally ready and were now standing in a circle waiting patiently for Naruto's orders. Alright, right now we have the information that there are supposedly a force of 80 bandits led by a 2 Chunin ranked missing ninja from Kiri. Both of them are brother and sister. Taro is skilled in water ninjutsu and kenjutsu while Sasama is skilled in water ninjutsu and genjutsu. The number of hostages they have are currently uncertain. Is this much clear? Asked Naruto seriously. Hi, replied all of them in unison. Now before we attack the enemy I want to reconfirm this information, so we are going to split up in pairs with the objective of collecting more information of the enemy, explained Naruto briefly. But Naruto-kun, we already have the information given by Hokage-sama, it must be efficient, argued Hinata. That may be true, but it is better to have no information at all rather than having wrong information. Trust me on this, requested Naruto. I trust you, said Hinata with a smile. Now Anko and Hinata, I want you two to scout out the enemy camps. Your primary objective is to locate the hostages and try to find out the exact number of hostages. Hinata, I want you to do your best. I am putting my faith in you, do whatever Anko says, instructed Naruto. I won't let you down, said Hinata a little confidently. I'm holding you to that, now Sasuke and Sakura, said Naruto and looked at the 2 genin. What do you need us to do? Asked Sasuke seriously. I want you two to find out about the enemy's front line defense and a vantage point, said Naruto analytically. Vantage point? Asked Sakura confusedly. Yes, I have a plan in mind and for that you need to find such position. I and Kurenai will get all the information regarding all the enemy fortifications, said Naruto seriously. But for that you will have to infiltrate the camp, said Sasuke firmly. Not necessarily, said Naruto and performed a couple of hand signs. Those hand signs, thought Anko and Kurenai in shock as they recognized what jutsu Naruto was doing. Kuchio's no jutsu. Black marking appeared in the ground and there was a puff of smoke. When the smoke dissipated everyone was shocked of what they saw. There was a large black crow about the size of a medium tree standing in front of the team. Well, I guess that takes care of that problem, said Naruto a little sheepishly with a nervous chuckle. You have a summoning contract, said the entire team in shock. Even Hinata didn't stutter. Kind of, said Naruto nervously. Well, now is not the time for such questions, we'll talk about this later. Let's get moving, suggested Sasuke, but he gave a firm gaze to Naruto, saying he would like to have an explanation later. Sasuke and Naruto were best friends, so in a way Sasuke considered it his right to know things which were going on in Naruto's life to some extent. Naruto knew if he didn't want to say how he got the contract, then Sasuke wouldn't push it, but he would at least try to ask once, and Naruto was sure about that. Thanks, Sasuke, thought a relieved Naruto. Sasuke and Sakura went of their own way, while Hinata and Anko went to fulfill their objective, leaving Naruto and Kurenai alone. Naruto turned around and saw Kurenai looking at him a little expectantly. Well, would you like to tell me how you have a crow contract, Naruto? Asked Kurenai calmly. She had understood from her mistake, Naruto had some rights to hide some very personal information, and she had decided she would just not lash out at him like before. This contract was given to me on the condition that I wouldn't reveal from how, where or who gave me the contract. I had made a promise to that person, so I cannot tell you. I'm sorry, said Naruto apologetically. Danzo had warned him not to tell anyone how he got the contract, and he was doing just that because if he answered one question, many would follow. You don't trust me? Asked Kurenai sadly. No, I do trust you with my life, but I cannot break my promise to that person. I never go back on my word. Have I ever asked you about that mission which almost sent you into depression a few years back? Said Naruto calmly. Kurenai remembered the mission with Yakumo. Naruto had never even asked once what did she do. He understood her. He knew he could easily convince her to let her feelings out, but he didn't do that. He understood her and gave her some personal space. Guess I should return the favor, thought Kurenai warmly. It's alright, I understand, said Kurenai with a smile. Thank you, Kurenai-chan, said Naruto gratefully. Now let's finish this mission, said Kurenai seriously. Right, said Naruto. Both of them then hopped on the crow and took off in the air in order to complete their objective. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX Everyone had completed their objectives and were eager to report what they had found. All right, so did everyone accomplish their objectives? Asked Naruto firmly. Everyone nodded. Naruto then motioned for Anko to speak as their first priority were the hostages. There are 10 hostages, 6 women and 4 kids. The women are in a very bad condition. You know what I mean, said Anko a little angrily. Hinata was still shocked after what she had seen in that camp. Those women were given the worst treatment ever and were raped. I see. Where are they located? Asked Naruto harshly. He would make those scum pay. To do such things to women were despicable for him. Eastern side of the camp, third tent from the left. The kids are in the next tent. Also there are 70 bandits and not 80. Our estimates were wrong, said Anko seriously. Good job Anko. Hinata complimented Naruto. There is a large 20 feet wall in front of the camp. It has been heavily fenced and electricity runs through the fence to prevent any form of escape from the prisoners. There are roughly 15 guards guarding the gate, explained Sasuke briefly. Also we have found a vantage point on the north side, although it is a little high and it would be very difficult to see in such darkness, said Sakura doubtfully. Nice job, Sasuke, Sakura-chan. Don't worry, I have the gear we need, assured Naruto, and both the genin nodded. Now we have scouted the entire camp and different routes of escape. The results are not much good, said Kurenai seriously. What have you got? Asked Anko curiously. The entire camp is surrounded by high walls. Even if we manage to destroy the wall and try to rescue the hostages, we don't have many routes, said Naruto strategically. How so? Asked Sakura curiously. On the southern side there are dense forests where you could get easily lost with the hostages. We did aerial recon and the place is like a maze. So that route is impossible for rescue, explained Naruto. What about the western and the northern side? Asked Sasuke curiously. They aren't any good either. The main enemy force is on the northern side, so we cannot evacuate the hostages from that path. While the eastern side is too sloppy and the hostages are civilians, so we cannot take them from that route either. Explained Kurenai briefly. So that leaves only the eastern side, said Anko as she understood the entire scenario. Yes, although it is the easiest way for escape, the enemy may have set traps, so you will have to be very careful, suggested Naruto. So what's the plan? Asked Kurenai curiously. Naruto then took out a scroll, and when he unsealed it, the others were quite surprised and curious on what they saw. There were 5 set of goggles and 6 set of communication devices. Now everyone, one of you take these communication devices, it will keep us in contact. These goggles are a special type of goggles. They are able to read the thermal heat energy which is released from a person's body. This will help you to locate the enemy. Now Anko and Hinata will rescue the hostages, everyone else in that camp is hostile. Explained Naruto in detail. Such gear must be very costly, Naruto. I haven't seen such goggles before, said Anko curiously. It's because they are recently developed by our village's research and development R&D branch. We are a special team, so the Hokage has given the first issue to us. Since Hinata has the Byakugan, her eyes are more than capable for seeing in such darkness. Am I right? Asked Naruto calmly. Hi, said Hinata in a low voice. Naruto then showed them how to operate the equipments. Everyone was quite amazed by their effectiveness and how easy they were to operate. Now how many exploding tags do we have? Asked Naruto curiously. 20 inches, replied Sakura. It was her responsibility to check the team's supplies and she had made sure that they had enough battle gear. Alright, Sakura, you take 15 exploding tags while the rest of us will take 1 each, instructed Naruto seriously. What do you want us to do? Asked Sasuke seriously. This was his first mission and he won't let anyone down. He had worked very hard to make himself strong in order to protect his team. Sakura, you will take position at that vantage point. Your primary objective is to cover Anko and Hinata through your archery while they rescue the hostages. You will also have to take out the sentries on the eastern side, and with the help of these exploding tags you will destroy the wall and cover their escape. Some of the hostages are injured, so after they have been rescued you will retreat and join the hostages and will heal the injured. After that you will protect the hostages with Hinata. Explained Naruto in detail. Understood, but shouldn't I also cover you guys? Asked Sakura a little worriedly. Do if you get the chance, but your main objective is the hostages' safety, said Naruto calmly. He knew she was anxious and as such was keeping her calm. No matter how much training they did, a first mission was always very important for Genin. Right, said Sakura confidently. The enemy has the strength in numbers, but we have something that they will never have. Stealth, explained Naruto. Everyone understood what Naruto was trying to say. Ninja don't go in with flashy jutsu most of the time. We are known for our stealth, said Naruto confidently. Hinata was hesitating a lot. She was scared of dying on this mission. She couldn't die before she lets him know her feelings and ends up with him. Naruto saw the look in Hinata's eyes and sighed. Hinata, don't hesitate. If you win, you live, if you lose you die, but if you don't fight you will never win, said Naruto harshly. Hinata just gave a small nod in return. We will turn their numbers against them, advised Kurenai sagely. Genjutsu, said Sakura on realizing what Kurenai meant. I guess we would be the ones who would face the enemy from the front, isn't it, Naruto? Asked Sasuke with a smirk. Right, but only stealth. The enemy must never know what hit them, replied Naruto curtly, and Sasuke nodded. Let's do this, said Anko with a mad grin on her face. The rest of the team got ready. Team 7 was ready to kick ass. Chapter 12. First Blood. In a small room sat 4 figures in a full circle. One thing which all of these people had in common was that they looked similar to each other, if one could say they looked like clones of each other. Their lavender eyes also made them look almost the same. Hiyashi Hyuga was sitting in the middle. His face was stoic as usual. Right now he was sitting in a very important meeting with the elders of the Hyuga clan. Hiyashi, has the plan been put into motion? Asked Hibachi seriously. The man looked like the older version of Hiyashi. Yes, To-san, it is done, said Hiyashi impassively. The Hyuga clan have chosen their heiress Hiyashi-sama. We want that weakling removed as the possible heir of the clan, said another elder angrily. Yes, Hinata brings shame to our clan. She is weak and pathetic. We would become the laughing stock of the entire village if she is made the clan heiress. The girl can't even beat her little sister in a spar. We want you to name Hanabi as the clan heiress and make Hinata a branch family member and give her the cursed seal, commanded Hibachi firmly. Yes, that is why I strongly requested the Hokage to let her go on a B-rank mission with Team 7. The Hyuga clan is the strongest clan of this village. I told the Hokage that we needed to see Hinata's skills in a mission to decide the future leader of our clan. Naturally, the Hokage agreed and accepted my request, explained Hiyashi briefly. But what would happen if she dies on that mission? Asked another elder curiously. The Hokage has assured me that she wouldn't die. He has a lot of faith in that boy and his team, and if she dies on a mere B rank then she doesn't deserve to be a Hyuga, spat Hiyashi distastefully. In truth, he was disappointed with his elder daughter. He had so many hopes from her. The Hyuga clan followed tradition to the code and were always firm in their beliefs, yet Hiyashi's own flesh and blood couldn't speak properly. She couldn't even beat her 9-year-old sister in a spar. She had a crush on the Jinchuriki. Her skills were weak. Hiyashi wondered how did he end up with a daughter like Hinata. But he was relieved when his younger daughter fulfilled all his expectations that Hinata couldn't. Hanabi was a genius. She was the star of Hiyashi's eyes. She was strong, confident and firmly believed in Hiyashi's and the Hyuga clan's ideals and traditions. Hiyashi wished to make Hanabi the heir to his clan, but their tradition was getting in the way. The eldest child of the clan leader always ended up as the next leader while the younger ones would be made branch family members. It had happened with him and his brother. Thinking of his brother shot a wave of guilt in Hiyashi's heart. He didn't want that to happen with Hanabi. She deserved much more than Hinata. As a result, he had found a way. If the elder child is proved to be incompetent to lead the clan, then in that case the younger sibling could lead the clan in his place. Hiyashi had explained this situation to Hiruzen and the Hokage had agreed as he couldn't deny it as it was matters pertaining to the Hyuga clan. However, Hiruzen had made him take full responsibility of Hinata and the consequences of the mission on her and her life. Hiyashi had readily signed the agreement. However, he did believe that Hinata would survive. He was disappointed in her, but that didn't mean he wished her dead. He was his father. He tried to act tough as he was a leader, but he still cared for his child. Hinata, please come back alive, prayed Hiyashi. It was pitch black darkness. Rain was pouring heavily from the sky. 6 figures had surrounded a bandit camp. Team 7 was patiently waiting for Naruto's signal to attack. Sakura was already positioned in the shooter position on the northern side. She was wearing the goggles which Naruto had given her. She could clearly see the various bandits located in the camp. Her hands were firmly holding the tip of the arrow. She had made up her mind. Today was the day she was going to kill, and these people were just scum. When she had heard what those bandits did, all her hesitation faded away. Now she was ready to kill these bandits and was patiently waiting for Naruto's signal. On the eastern side, Anko and Hinata were hiding behind a rock. Anko was stoic. She had been on such missions before, so she was confident that she would do her job done. Get in, rescue the hostages and get out. Plain and simple. In the meanwhile, Hinata was the most nervous person in the entire team. She was supposed to take a person's life. She didn't know if she could do it. She feared she would fail, as she had with everything in her life. The only thing that was holding her together was Naruto's faith in her. Hidden in trees, Kurenai was anxiously waiting for the order to attack. She was immensely proud of Naruto. He was a true leader. The plan which he had made would end this mission in minutes. The enemy won't know what hit them. Even though their team had a weak link like Hinata, she was sure that Anko could handle her. The only thing that was on her mind was to get her job done. On the northern side, near the enemy gates, Naruto and Sasuke were hidden in the shadows. They both were a tag team. Naruto was observing every movement of the enemy. He had been trained to never underestimate the enemy no matter how weak they seemed. He had analyzed every possible strategy he could make and was sure that his team would do their job. He would protect his team, no matter what. Meanwhile, Sasuke's heartbeat was rising with each passing second. This was where he would find out how strong he was. He had trained for years and he would make sure no harm came on his team. Naruto sensed Sasuke's tensed behavior and put a hand on his shoulder. "I've got your back," reassured Naruto with a smile. "So do I," said Sasuke confidently this time. "Is everyone in position?" asked Naruto quietly. "Hi," was the unison reply of the team. "Let's roll," commanded Naruto seriously. The guards in the tower were having a very boring night. They couldn't even see in such darkness, plus their leader had forbidden them from having any more fun with the women. It was such a shame. "Hey Sura, can you see anything?" asked one bandit who was standing in his tower. No response. "Hey, UFC King idiot, are you listening?" asked the bandit loudly. He then turned around and to his utmost shock he saw Sura's body fell with a big arrow right between his eyes. Before he could finish the sentence he felt something cold pierce his head. He didn't realize it was a precise arrow. His body limply fell to the ground. "Sentries are neutralized," replied Sakura silently. She felt a little sick for having taken 2 lives. This was her first kills after all. But she knew she was doing the right thing and was prepared to do it once again. "Roger. Kurenai move front," commanded Naruto. Kurenai nodded. She then quickly shunshined herself in the enemy camp. She was hidden due to her camouflage jutsu. Her objective was simple: kill the enemy and turn them against each other. She silently went towards the southwest direction. There was a tent there which contained all the weapons of the bandits. It was night time, so most of them were sleeping with only a few standing guard. It was a primary rule of warfare: if you want to destroy the enemy, destroy his weapons to fight. There were 2 guards who were guarding the tent. Kurenai silently positioned herself behind the guard on the left. The bandit didn't even know that he was just going to die in a few seconds. She slowly wrapped her hands around the man's neck. The man found something cold touch his neck. He tried to move his neck to look back to see what it was. But soon his entire neck was twisted in one swift motion with a sickening crack. The only expression that remained on the man's face were his wide eyes before his body simple fell lifeless to the ground. "What?" said the bandit on the right, but before he could act, his neck was pierced by a sharp arrow. Blood started to spill out from his neck. Kurenai acted quickly and threw the man's body in the tent. She then quickly hid the other bandit's body beside his partner. She was quite impressed with Sakura's aim. The girl was a precise shooter. She then laid her only explosive tag in the tent and started to move towards her next targets. "Objective complete," whispered Kurenai lightly. "All right, let's storm the front," said Naruto. Naruto and Sasuke quickly stormed towards the front gate. They seemed like blurs which could not be seen by the bandits in such darkness. Naruto unsheathed his sword. His sharingan was ablaze and he was clearly looking at the 10 bandits on the right side. He quickly threw his blade high in the air and performed a quick set of hand signs. Fa Tun. Kazakiri no Jutsu, Wind Release, Wind Cutter Technique. Several sharp blades of wind rushed towards the oblivious bandits and what appeared to be a moment sliced their heads of their necks. It wasn't just a simple slice, their heads were torn to pieces with every part on it crushed. The bandits didn't even know they were dead and passed into the afterlife. Naruto jumped high in the air and caught his sword in mid-air. He instantly flashed wind chakra through his sword and made a swipe at the nearby 3 bandits. They saw the sword etching closer and tried to parry the attack by raising up their own swords. Futile. Naruto's attack cut the bandits' swords to pieces, followed by the bandits' head. Nearby, Sasuke quickly slashed the throat of a bandit. He then jumped in the air and cleaved the other bandit who was trying to run away in half. He felt strange. He had already killed 3 people. He was amazed when he saw Naruto kill 13 bandits in 5 seconds. He was so much mesmerized by the precision with which Naruto was attacking that he left his back open to the enemy. "Big mistake. Die," yelled a bandit fro behind. His sword was quickly moving to chop Sasuke's head off in an instant. Sasuke tried to block the sword. His kunai was slowly moving to block the attack. But the enemy's sword was just an inch away from his neck. Sasuke felt his entire life flash before his eyes. His mother, father, his clan, everything was over now. Amaterasu. Sasuke heard this word, and when he opened his eyes he saw the bandit's entire body engulfed in black flames. The man had an arrow in his head, courtesy of Sakura. He realized before the bandit made any noise she had silenced him. The man's entire body was melting in those flames, the skin was dissolving, leaving a bad foul. Sasuke immediately puked when he inhaled that foul stench. He was quite surprised when he was roughly grabbed by his shoulders. He looked up and saw Naruto looking at him seriously. Naruto's right eye was bleeding heavily, and he was panting a little. Sasuke, focus. We need to finish the enemy, said Naruto tiredly. Naruto had just used his Mangekyo Sharingan, the Amaterasu was his strongest fire ninjutsu. When he had seen Sasuke about to be killed, he immediately used his power to protect him. The vision in his right eye blurred a little and he was in immense pain, but he had to go on. Hi, said Sasuke a little hesitantly. He was worried when he saw blood coming out of Naruto's eyes, he wanted to know what happened. Sakura, I want you to fire your arrows laced with exploding tags in 40 seconds. Till then we will deal with the enemy and Kurenai can put her plan in motion. Then you focus on the others, commanded Naruto strictly. Hi, are you alright? Asked Sakura worriedly. I'm fine. Let's go, said Naruto. Kurenai heard what had happened on her radio. At first she got a little worried, but then she heard Naruto's orders. She was standing in a small tent where 7 bandits were sleeping heavily. She knew she barely had seconds. She immediately took out 7 sharp kunai from her pouch and in one precise strike launched them at the sleeping bandits, killing them instantly. She was thankful to Naruto for giving her a little training in shurikenjutsu. 10 seconds, whispered Sakura in order to warn Kurenai. Hi, said Kurenai quickly and made a ram hand sign. Boom. There was a loud explosion in the armory tent of the enemy camp. Kurenai quickly disappeared from her tent because now their plan was finally going into its last stage. The loud noise suddenly woke up Taro and Sasama. They both looked at each other and understood what was happening. We are being attacked, thought both of them, and picked up their gear in order to fight and repel the enemy. Now, commanded Naruto loudly. Almost all of the bandits had woke up when they heard the loud explosion. Sasama and Taro were already outside in their chunin vest. Both missing nin were pissed when they saw their armory burning like hell. "Wha!" shouted Taro lightly, but he was stopped when Sasama tackled him away quite roughly. Boom boom boom. Taro was quite shocked when his tent along with several others were bombed and blown to bits. Many of the bandits were in the camp and were torn to shreds. Some who had survived had some of their limbs missing and were screaming in agony. Ah, help me. Save us. All of these voices were coming from every direction in the camp. Where the hell are those mother FCKERS? I'll kill them, hissed Sasama angrily. She then angrily sped off to the south side of the camp. Sasama, wait, screamed Taro, but she was already gone. He too went off in another direction to gather his men and flee. In the meanwhile, Anko just stabbed a bandit straight to his heart. The man's eyes widened in shock before they closed, never to open again. His body fell limply to the ground. Hinata just stood behind Anko. She was shell-shocked on seeing such a murder. She was brought out of her daze when Anko slapped her with such force that sent her crashing on the ground. Hyuga, where are the hostages, you little shit? Hissed Anko angrily. This was the girl who was supposed to watch her back. Anko never really had patience and she had even tried to explain it to Hinata in a civil manner, but now the girl was getting on her nerves. Hinata fearfully activated her Byakugan and pointed in the right direction. Anko had just turned her back in order to enter the tent when she heard a body fell to the ground. She looked back and saw it was a bandit with an arrow lodged in his neck. Hinata's entire body was covered in the man's blood. She was shivering. Her entire body was covered in blood. What is happening? Help me, thought Hinata fearfully. Sakura, I want you to blow up the eastern wall in 1 minute. Please cover my back, this Hyuga is a pussy, said Anko seriously. Hi Anko Taiko, said Sakura and took out the pair of bandits guarding the prisoner camp. Good girl, now you follow me and help the women and children. I'll cover you, escape with them, Sakura will rendezvous with you. Protect the hostages with your life. If anything happens to them there will be one less Hyuga in Konoha, barked Anko angrily. Hi, said Hinata meekly. She realized this was what shinobi were. They murdered, they killed, they stole, this was the truth which Iruka had spoke about. Anko quickly entered the tent, she knew she had to hurry, the others needed her help. Please don't kill us, begged a woman with tears in her eyes. Most of the women were badly beaten and had bruises on their body. 2 of them were unconscious and there was a pool of blood near them indicating they must have been recently raped. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Immediately one shadow clone popped up beside her and picked up the wounded females. We are here to save you. Follow me if you want to live, commanded Anko. The women immediately got up and quickly followed Anko out of the tent. They looked around and saw fire everywhere, there were many bodies littered around. The smell in the air was sickening. In a far distance Anko saw Naruto and Sasuke quickly kill 10 shinobi in a matter of seconds. Their speed was frightening. The boys didn't look like teenagers but trained shinobi who had killed. She heard the eastern wall being blown to pieces indicating Sakura had used her last explosive arrows. Hinata, take the hostages and leave. I'll take care of the rest of these scum. Sakura rendezvous with her. Hi, replied both girls. Hinata had already gathered some courage and rescued the kids. A bandit had tried to stop her but Sakura had killed him. She wondered how Sakura did that. How was she able to take a person's life? With her Byakugan active she clearly saw Naruto killing so many enemy. This was not her kind and gentle Naruto. This was a cold-blooded assassin. The same thing was being seen by Kurenai. She had already dealt with her target with the help of her genjutsu and the mission would be over in a few moments. She was unnerved a little when she saw Naruto cut through numerous bandits. It was as if he had no emotions. He had not guilt. He had no soul. She shuddered. She feared what Naruto was becoming. She knew he was strong. She knew he was wise. She knew he would kill, but this was just plain slaughter. Meanwhile Taro was quite frightened. Sure, he and Sasama had the B-rank missing nin status in the bingo books, but that was just exaggeration of their skills. They could handle a few bandits but the enemy that were attacking them were skilled shinobi. They must be Anbu, thought a fearful Taro. Their army was almost finished. They couldn't even see what was happening in this pitch-black darkness, no matter how hard they strained their eyes. The sound of bodies dropping from everywhere was sickening. Taro knew there was no escape now. Sasama was missing. His men were killed like chickens. He knew running was futile. He had to fight. Beside him stood 6 bandits. This was what was left of their men. They didn't even know if the others had survived or not. We are all gonna die, said a bandit on the left fearfully. It's all because of you, yelled another bandit. Shut up all of you. Do what I say. We must fight the enemy, said Taro angrily. To his surprise one of his comrades attacked him. Taro defended himself but soon all the remaining 5 bandits attacked him from all sides. He jumped high in the air and in one swift motion killed all the bandits. He hastily landed on the ground. Sasama, where are ga? Screamed Taro in agony. He looked down and saw a kunai had pierced straight through his heart. The entire surroundings changed and the last thing he saw was a cold pair of sharingan eyes. It's over, said Naruto. His entire uniform was drenched in blood. There were drops of blood on his face which he washed away slowly. He turned around and saw Sasuke was standing still. He had his head bowed down. Sasuke had at least taken out 15 bandits. Naruto knew how Sasuke was feeling. The guilt of first kill in Sasuke. Sakura had taken multiple lives today. Sakura had taken more lives than Sasuke. Naruto was a little worried about her. Kurenai slowly came in front of him. She was holding Sasama. The Chunin was no match for Kurenai. She had defeated her and captured her as per Naruto's orders. Females were easy to crack and Naruto knew that in front of a sharingan wielder they cracked instantly. Naruto, are you alright? Asked Kurenai worriedly. She then gently hugged Naruto. She didn't care that he stinked. She didn't care that he had killed so many. She loved him and what they did was for the sake of the mission. They were shinobi. You alright, brat? Asked Anko softly to Sasuke and put a hand on his shoulders. Sasuke just gave a nod. He didn't feel sad for killing these men but he was shocked to see he had killed so many in one night. Sakura, Hinata, are you alright? Asked Naruto firmly through his communication device. No response. Is anyone there? Asked Naruto a little worriedly. Nothing. We need to check on them quickly, said Enko quickly. The entire team quickly went towards the blown-up eastern wall. On their path they saw that the entire camp had been destroyed with only dead bodies remaining in the area. Naruto used his sensor skills in order to see if they had left someone alive. But no one was alive. His mission was simple: annihilate the enemy and save the hostages. No enemy was to be left alive. He wanted to get some information from Sasama, that's why he had ordered Kurenai to capture her. After that she would be executed. Enko had told him about Hinata's performance. To say that he was disappointed would be an understatement. He still remembered his talk with Hinata's father. Flashback. Naruto was standing at the northern gates ready for the first mission with his team. He was relaxed. A typical B-rank mission that bordered near high C rank was no difficult task. It would still be a few minutes before his team arrived. He was en route Anbu captain and as such was trained to be on time. He was interrupted from his thoughts when a man came towards him. It was none other than Hiashi Hyuga. Hinata had sometimes mentioned about her father when they were in the academy. The strict posture and from the way he walked Naruto knew it was Hiashi. Danzo had also made him remember Verushi's information about different political clan heads, just in case. Naruto-san greeted Hiashi formally with a nod. Hyuga-sama, what can I do for you? Asked Naruto respectfully. The Hyuga clan and I want to make a formal request to you, said Hiashi calmly. I'm listening. We want you to observe Hinata and her performance during the mission and report it to us, said Hiashi stoically. It can be arranged. You will get the full report only from the Hokage, said Naruto seriously. Hiashi was a little surprised. He had thought that the boy would ask questions, but it appeared as if he knew why all of this was happening. I thought you would like to know the reason behind this request, asked Hiashi curiously. It's quite simple. You want to choose your younger daughter as the heir to your clan, but your tradition is getting in the way. So if you can prove Hinata is not capable of leading your clan, then she can be made a branch family member. Hinata lacks the confidence and strength, and what you are doing is for your clan, explained Naruto briefly. You seem to know a lot more about our clan, commented Hiashi a little warily. You are forgetting that Hinata is my friend. I know how she feels. I don't know what happened between both of you, and neither it is my business to know. I will give an honest report about her skills in my report. I will not sell her out just to please your clan. She is now a member of my team and I will not do her any injustice, said Naruto firmly. He was quite surprised when a small smile came on the Hyuga clan leader's face. I may not have been a good father to her, but I still care about her. Please keep her safe, requested Hiashi humbly. I'll try. In the end we all are shinobi and death is our profession, said Naruto stoically. You are an interesting person, Naruto-san, said Hiashi silently. That I am. Flashback end. After hearing from Enko about Hinata's actions, Naruto was sure of what he had to do. But still, for old time's sake, he was going to give the girl one last chance. If she fails that, then he would suggest her removal from the shinobi corps. Naruto, what were those flames back there? Asked Sasuke curiously. Flames? Asked Kurenai surprisingly. It was one of my fire-style ninjutsu attacks, explained Naruto shortly. Well, he had at least told Sasuke half of the truth. Then why was your right eye bleeding? Asked Sasuke sharply. Naruto, said Enko a little worriedly. That was the blood of a bandit which I had to hastily kill. Next time be careful, Sasuke, and don't leave your back open to an enemy, reprimanded Naruto sternly. Hi, said Sasuke with a small nod. Naruto's right eye was burning like hell. His vision had gotten a little blurry since he used the Amaterasu. If I don't do something about this, I'll go blind in a few months, thought Naruto seriously. That was a nice strategy, brat. You confused the enemy so much. They even turned against their own leader. The speed of our attack didn't allow the enemy to counter. Hell, they couldn't even see in such darkness. Kurenai's genjutsu and Sakura's attacks were lethal, said Enko proudly. Yes, we did defeat the enemy. We are shinobi. Instead of going in a full-scale battle, I tend to finish the enemy in a second. Kurenai took down Sasama in a few moments. I killed Taro without letting him know who I was, or why I was attacking him. A true shinobi always stays in the shadows and protects the village, said Naruto firmly. You just sounded like Danzo, said an amused Kurama. TCH, said Naruto irritatingly. What are you going to do about Hinata? Asked Kurenai curiously. I need to do one last thing before I decide what to do with her. Sasuke, deactivate your sharingan, we're almost there, said Naruto seriously. Both the boys then deactivated their sharingan. Naruto didn't want Hinata to know about his sharingan just yet. When they arrived at the clearing, they saw the hostages were safe. Women were taking care of children and were trying to keep them calm. Sakura was off in the corner trying to heal a woman, while Hinata was trembling in fear in the shade of a tree. Brat, what are you going to do? Asked Kurama curiously. Naruto just had enough of Hinata's weakness, she called herself a shinobi. He quickly went towards her and roughly grabbed her by the neck and slammed her against the bark of the tree. Naruto, snapped Kurenai angrily. She went to stop him, but one look in his eyes made her stop in her spot. Stay out of this, said Naruto harshly. Naruto-kun, said Hinata with ragged breath, she couldn't breathe properly. Hinata, I trusted you, I put my faith in you and yet you failed me. If not for Sakura and Anko you would have been dead, said Naruto angrily. I'm sorry, said Hinata with tears in her eyes. Sorry doesn't cut it. You put the hostage's life in danger, you put Anko's life in danger, you risked the safety of the entire mission. What the hell is your problem? The world isn't made of roses, you live in your own dream world, Hinata. Why do you even want to become a shinobi if you cannot even defend yourself? Asked Naruto angrily. I wanted to become like you. I wanted to become strong. I wanted to be acknowledged, said a sobbing Hinata. Her voice was getting more choked as she spoke. Naruto, what are you doing? Asked Kurenai angrily. She knew Hinata had failed, but Naruto was going very harsh, she had never seen him so much angry. You say you wanted to be acknowledged. But you will never be acknowledged, said Naruto impassively. What? Asked a shocked Hinata. Hinata, I know how you admired me, how you looked up to me, how you wanted to prove yourself. But yet you did nothing, you just watched me get strong. You never trained, you never tried, you cried like a baby for being weak. You know why your clan and even your own father are disappointed in you. It's because you are pathetic. Not because you are weak, but because you have no respect for yourself, said Naruto bitterly and dropped Hinata on the ground. Hinata was already crying, as her dream was crushed. The person from whom she wanted to get acknowledged the most considered her a failure. Before anything further could happen, Kurenai stepped forward. Naruto, stop this now, hissed Kurenai angrily and grabbed him by his shoulders. I did what was right, said Naruto without any remorse in his voice. He looked Kurenai straight in the eyes. She saw how he looked at her. This was not her kind and gentle Naruto, this was a ruthless killer. I know Hinata failed, but you are being rude, said Kurenai softly. She rubbed his cheeks affectionately. Naruto just remained silent and was looking at Kurenai with a soft gaze. Meanwhile, everyone else was watching them. Sakura and Sasuke were also quite surprised with Naruto's behavior. The only one who thought Naruto was right was Anko. Hinata was seething with anger now. How dare that bitch, she was taking her Naruto. She is corrupting him. My Naruto-kun would never do such thing to me. I will rescue you from this bitch, Naruto-kun, thought a fuming Hinata who was clenching her hands so tightly that her knuckles had gone white. Alright, I'll give her one last chance, said Naruto tiredly. What do you have in mind? Asked Sakura curiously. She was a little sad that Hinata was treated this way, but Naruto was the team leader and what he did was right. Hinata did jeopardize the mission. Hinata, you want to prove that you are a shinobi, right? Asked Naruto seriously. Hi, said Hinata a little confidently. Then kill Sasama, said Naruto harshly and pointed towards the prisoner whom Anko was holding. Wah, T, asked a shocked Hinata. You heard me. Kill her after Anko interrogates her. Kurenai, I'm giving her a chance to prove herself. Enemy won't be merciful to her or her team. She must learn to be a true shinobi, explained Naruto, hoping Kurenai would understand. I understand, agreed Kurenai. I'll see if she has some valuable information, said Anko and went behind a few trees with Sasama in order to interrogate her. Sasuke. Sakura-chan, you did well. How are you feeling? Asked Naruto softly. I'm fine, Naruto-kun, but am I a bad person? I took so many lives today. Asked Sakura sadly. No, you are a savior, dear. You saved us from those tyrants. They planned to sell us to slavers. If not for you and your shinobi friends, we would not be so safe. Thank you, said one elderly woman and gave a soft pat on Sakura's shoulders. We will drop you safely in the hands of the nearest local police. From there you can return to your families, said Naruto with a smile. Thank you, said a small boy. He came forward and hugged Naruto's leg tightly. It's all right, you'll be fine. Grow up and become strong, said Naruto and ruffled the little boy's brown hair. That's my Naruto, thought Kurenai with a warm smile. The women had tears in their eyes, they were finally saved. This had been a nightmare, but now they could return home to their families. Sasuke, I need to talk to you. Alone? Said Naruto and Sasuke nodded. Both the boys went away from the others and were now standing on top of a big tree. Kurenai and Sakura were healing the injuries of the woman. What's the matter? Asked Sasuke curiously. Is there any document or evidence which can explain more about the visual powers of the Sharingan? Asked Naruto seriously. His eyes were suffering damage and he had to find a way quickly. Why do you want to know? Asked Sasuke suspiciously. He was just getting a bad feeling about this. I want to know about the various powers of the Sharingan, said Naruto honestly. But your Sharingan is already powerful and developed, argued Sasuke. Are you going to help me or not? Asked Naruto sadly. Sasuke was thinking about whether telling Naruto about the tablet or not. Damn, you really are a good actor, muttered Kurama. Shut up, Kurama. I'm trying my best here. My eyes have suffered damage. I need to do something, said Naruto firmly. I know, you don't have much time. You need the power of your Sharingan to do your mission, stated Kurama simply. I know, said Naruto silently. All right, in the main hall of the Nakano Shrine is the Uchiha clan's secret gathering place, said Sasuke seriously. Naruto was an Uchiha and he couldn't deny him his right, besides he was his best friend and Sasuke trusted him. How do you know about this, if it's a secret place? Asked Naruto curiously. He told me, said Sasuke bitterly. That's all Naruto needed to know and he understood immediately. Under the 7th tatami mat, there is a room beneath which contains a tablet. It explains all about the Sharingan, explained Sasuke briefly. I guess only those who have the Sharingan can read it, suggested Naruto. Precisely, I have been able to decipher some parts of the tablet but the rest I'm still trying, said Sasuke seriously. In truth he knew some things about the Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi had told him how to get those eyes but he wouldn't do what Itachi wanted him to do. I see, thank you, said Naruto gratefully. Sasuke nodded and both the boys went towards the others. Sakura was resting while Kurenai was standing guard near the hostages. Anko was holding a bruised Sasama who barely looked alive while Hinata was sulking in a corner. What have you got? Asked Naruto. Nothing much. They were the real culprit behind these abductions and they planned to sell the hostages as slaves to various slavers, explained Anko. I see, Hinata, barked Naruto loudly. She flinched a little and hesitantly came towards Naruto and the prisoner. The rest of the team were silently watching the entire ordeal, wondering whether Hinata would be able to do this or not. Naruto took out a kunai from his pouch and put it in front of Hinata. Kill her, stated Naruto simply. Hinata shakily picked up the kunai. She knew it was a direct order and she had to obey it. She looked at Sasama. The woman was heavily bleeding and had bruises all over her body. Anko had badly tortured her. Hinata, kill her or I will kill you, said Naruto and pointed his sword at Hinata's neck. Naruto, said Sakura worriedly and tried to intervene but was stopped as Anko stepped between. Let the Hyuga do this, said Anko sternly. Fortunately Kurenai and Sasuke had already took the civilians and kids somewhere else as Naruto didn't want the innocent children to see this. Now, said Naruto firmly and pressed the sword at Hinata's neck. What should I do? I cannot do this, thought Hinata fearfully. Her heart started beating more faster. There was a throbbing pain in her head, her hands were shaking, her legs were trembling, how could she take the life of another human being? She did one thing which she had done for so many years. She fainted. TCH. Sakura, get her out of my sights. Anko, finish her, would you? Asked Naruto irritatingly. He had made up his mind. Hinata Hyuga was not fit to be a shinobi. Sakura picked up Hinata's unconscious body while Anko beheaded Sasama and burned her body. Naruto sighed tiredly. It has been a long day. Chapter 13. Twilight. Team 7 was standing in front of the Hokage. Naruto was standing in front with Kurenai and Anko on his sides. Sasuke and Sakura were behind their back with Hinata standing last. Mission complete, Hokage-sama, said Naruto curtly. On the other side of the room stood Hiashi, Kakashi and Hiruzen Sarutobi. Any civilian casualties? Asked Hiruzen sternly. None. They have been transferred to the nearest local police. They will take care of the paperwork and send them to their homes safely. A report has been given to me to hand it over to you, said Naruto and handed the file to Hiruzen. Very well. Enemies? Asked Hiruzen seriously. Killed till the last man. The heads of Taro and Sasama are in this scroll. Enemy camp has been totally destroyed, confirmed Naruto and handed over the scroll containing the dead bodies of the missing nin. He sure has grown, thought Kakashi proudly. Kakashi then looked at Anko, who was looking at him a little warmly. He gave her a small wink that didn't went unnoticed by Naruto. Kakashi and Anko had gotten together a few days back and were now deciding on marriage. Naruto was very happy for both of them. Excellent work, you performed the mission faster than I expected. Now give me a brief report on the team's performance, stated Hiruzen simply. Anko and Kurenai performed as expected, they got the job done. Sasuke was a little hesitant at first, but he controlled his emotions and got the job done too. My performance was satisfactory. Sakura gave the best performance in this mission. She not only protected us but also destroyed the enemy. We owe our success to her, said Naruto with a short smile. Sakura, you have done very well. Konoha is blessed to have such skilled shinobi like you in our forces. Your contribution is definitely going to be taken into consideration for your promotion to Chunin, announced Hiruzen happily. It's nothing, Hokage-sama. All of us did our part, said Sakura a little embarrassingly. Getting praise from the Hokage was a really big thing. Naruto-san, how was Hinata's performance? Asked Hiashi seriously. Hinata, who was standing in the back, flinched a little when she heard her father's voice. She feared of what would happen now. Pathetic, said Naruto harshly. What? Asked a shocked Kakashi. Hinata was his new student. She was a little shy, but to call her pathetic was a little harsh. Care to explain, Naruto-san? Asked Hiashi a little angrily. No one insulted a Hyuga in his presence, less his daughter. She was tasked with helping Anko in rescuing the hostages, but she failed. She couldn't kill the enemy. She left her comrade open to attacks. She was trembling in front of the enemy. If not for Sakura and Anko, I would be handing over her corpse to you, Hiashi-sama, said Naruto truthfully. Hinata, said Hiashi loudly. Hinata came forward. She was shaking from head to toe. Her father was always angry when someone brought shame to the Hyuga clan, and she had done just that, and worst of all, she was the clan heiress. Now Hiashi, calm down. Naruto, it happens sometimes in the field, said Hiruzen calmly. I understand, that's why I gave her a second chance too, said Naruto tiredly. You did? Asked a surprised Kakashi. Yes, after capturing Sasama, we interrogated her. Then I asked Hinata to kill her as she was the enemy, and the village protocol clearly states to kill the enemy. My aim was to make her accept the truth of being a shinobi, explained Naruto briefly. Did she obey your order? Asked Hiashi hopefully. She fainted, said Naruto bitterly. Hinata brought her head down in shame. How could she look at her father? She had failed everyone. She had failed Naruto-kun. Hiashi was looking murderously at his daughter. She was a disgrace to the entire clan. He could accept her not killing the enemy but fainting by a Hyuga. I apologize for my daughter's disgraceful actions, Hokage-sama, Naruto-san, said Hiashi bitterly. Hinata just kept her head down in shame. Kakashi-Nisan, I know you are a good teacher. You taught me and Sasuke, but in my opinion Hinata is not fit to be a shinobi, said Naruto frankly. Hinata's heart shattered in a million pieces. She couldn't believe what Naruto was saying. How could you do this to me, Naruto-kun? Thought a depressed Hinata. I know Hinata has some issues, but she can be a good shinobi. With time I can train her and make her ready, suggested Kakashi. Naruto, while Hinata's performance was poor, I think I might have a solution to her problem, said Hiruzen kindly. What is it, Hokage-sama? Asked Kakashi curiously. Let her be transferred to the hospital in order to become a medic. Some people are just not made for the front lines. I believe Hinata is not yet ready yet. So Hinata, you are now removed from Team 8 and will join the medical corps, ordered Hiruzen. But Hokage-sama, said Kakashi in protest, but was cut off when Hiruzen signaled him to keep silent. I know what I'm doing, said Hiruzen sternly. Hi, said Kakashi sadly. Hokage-sama, if our presence is not required, I request you to grant us permission to leave. Hinata has to answer to the elders for her disgraceful performance, said Hiashi curtly. You may go, said Hiruzen quickly. Hiashi immediately left the office. He gave a stern gaze to Hinata to follow him. As Hinata was leaving, she gave one last glance to Naruto, who just gave her a short goodbye. Now Team 7, you have done a good job. You are relieved for 2 days, get some rest. The payment for the mission as well as the bounty of the 2 missing nin will be transferred to your bank account, said Hiruzen with a smile. Thank you, Hokage-sama, said Naruto with a bow. Naruto, I need to talk to you, the rest of you can go. It'll just take a moment, said Hiruzen seriously. Alright, do any of you guys wanna go for lunch, my treat? Offered Naruto happily. I've got some personal work to do, said Enko with a light blush. Naruto and Kurenai gave her a knowing smile, while Sasuke and Sakura just shrugged. Well, see you later. Hope you enjoy your time, said Naruto with a smirk. Shut it, brat, said Enko embarrassingly and gave Naruto a bop on the head. No need to get wild, you know, said Naruto with a pout. HN, said Enko and shunshined away. Kakashi bowed to the Hokage and left in a swirl of leaves. I've got to help my parents at the shop. Sorry, said Sakura apologetically. I want to do some training, said Sasuke simply. Alright, next time perhaps, shrugged Naruto. Sure, well, have a good time you too, said Sakura with a wink and shunshined away. Naruto was a little surprised, and so was Kurenai. Sasuke just gave him an amused smile before he shunshined away too, leaving Naruto, Kurenai and Hiruzen in the office. Well, that just leaves us for the lunch, I suppose, said Kurenai with a wide smile. Now I can finally spend some time with you, thought Kurenai happily. I'll meet you outside, said Naruto with a warm smile. Kurenai gave him a smile and went out of the office. Hiruzen gave Naruto a knowing smile, which was then replaced by a very serious look on his face. He made a signal and Naruto felt the Anbu leave the office. Hiruzen then activated the silencing seals and motioned for Naruto to sit in front of him. Naruto, are you doing the right thing by doing this to Kurenai? Asked Hiruzen seriously. Naruto sighed. In truth, he had not just expressed his love for Kurenai because he wanted to, instead it was his plan. I know what you mean, said Naruto sadly. How long is it before that day? Asked Hiruzen sadly. 20 inches, said Naruto stoically. She would be broken when you do this. What in the world made you do this to her? Asked Hiruzen a little angrily. You are family, Gigi, but there are some things in my life which I have a right to decide. I will do my mission for the village, but the rest is none of your concern. I have a right to choose my own path, and I have chosen mine, said Naruto harshly. The preparations have been made. I want you to meet our Anbu commander, said Hiruzen stoically. If Naruto didn't want him to interfere, then he wouldn't. He then raised his hand. Immediately a figure came out of the wooden floor. It was as if he had merged with it. Naruto was surprised. He hadn't sensed this man's presence in the room. Then again, that was to be expected from the chief of Anbu Black Ops. The man was wearing a gray trenchcoat. His face was covered by a wolf mask. Naruto Uchiha, said the man respectfully. Hiruzen had briefed the Anbu commander about Naruto's truth and his skills. Naturally, the commander was surprised, but he had agreed with the plan. It's an honor to meet you, Taiko, said Naruto with a deep bow. Naruto then sensed something in the man that made him widen his eyes. Your chakra, it is eerily similar to the, said Naruto in shock. The Shodai Hokage, explained Hiruzen. Judging from the way he merged himself in the wooden floor, he must have some talent like Shodai-sama. You are certainly not a Senju, as members of that clan had a unique chakra signature. Your cells resemble Shodai-sama, explained Naruto briefly. Astonishing. You are the first person besides the Hokage to recognize my chakra, said the Anbu commander in shock. I want to know how you know this, Naruto, asked Hiruzen curiously. Every clan of Konoha have a unique chakra signature, and those with a special Kekkei Genkai. I know this because Danzo trained me in this, explained Naruto briefly. And because he too has the same chakra signature, thought Naruto darkly. Indeed, said Kurama sternly. Now I see why you chose him, Hokage-sama. He is indeed talented, complimented the Anbu commander. How are you going to explain my actions to the village? You will need a good plan, advised Naruto seriously. That we have, but before that, Naruto Uchiha, it is my greatest honor to have a shinobi like you in our forces. Your sacrifice will save the village, said the Anbu commander firmly. I see. What's the plan? Asked Naruto seriously. Hiruzen and the Anbu commander then explained the entire plan to Naruto. He was quite surprised with the plan they had came up with it. I guess this is it. Meanwhile, Kurenai was patiently waiting outside. She was very curious as about what was going on in the room. If it was not the Hokage and anyone else, she would have tried to listen what was going on. After what seemed like 30 minutes, the door to the office opened. Naruto stepped out of the door. His face was sad, his eyes it was as if they were dead. What happened? Thought Kurenai worriedly. But as soon as he saw her, his sad face was replaced by a wide smile. But something told Kurenai that the smile was fake. Are you alright? Asked Kurenai worriedly. I'm fine, just the old geezer and his boring talks. Don't worry, said Naruto with a smile. If you say so, said Kurenai hesitantly. Well then, would you like to go to Hubby's? It's a very good restaurant, suggested Naruto happily. That is also one of the most expensive restaurants of Konoha, chided Kurenai playfully. What? You don't think I can pay for us? I'm hurt, said Naruto with a fake pout. I didn't mean that. I mean, why waste so much money? Said Kurenai warmly. If it means I can make you happy, money doesn't matter. Come on, I know you like the food, said Naruto firmly. Sigh, I guess I can't win an argument against you, said Kurenai with a smile. She really was happy that Naruto cared so much about her. Nope, I'm the best after all, said Naruto proudly and punched high in the air. I beg to differ, said Kurenai with a smirk. Naruto face palmed on hearing that. Kurenai couldn't stop her laughter on seeing that. She looks beautiful. I wish I could see her smile always, thought Naruto warmly. I'm hurt, Kurenai-chan, said Naruto with mock anger and roughly sat on the ground. Kurenai looked at him softly. He's such a baby sometimes. But I love it, thought Kurenai with a blush. Kurenai slowly bent down and wrapped her arms around his neck. It was very fortunate that they were in a secluded corner of the Hokage Tower. She then gently started laying soft kisses on his neck. Ah, said Naruto blissfully, as he felt very aroused when he felt her soft lips kissing his neck and her warm hands running through his soft blonde hair. Is that good enough for an apology, Naruto-kun? Said Kurenai sultrily. You just know which buttons to press, don't you? Asked Naruto with a smirk. I try my best, said Kurenai coyly. Well, let's get going, said Naruto and got up. He then offered his hand to Kurenai and they both the shunshined away. Hubby Restaurant. Naruto and Kurenai were sitting in a secluded corner of the restaurant. Both seemed very happy as their first mission as a team was a success. Here's to more successful missions, toasted Kurenai. Naruto gave a short smile and drank his sake. Kurenai also slowly drank her sake. She was really happy. So how are you feeling? Asked Kurenai softly and put her hand on Naruto's hand gently. What do you mean? Asked Naruto in confusion. You know, with all the killing, I was really worried when I saw you doing that, Naruto, said Kurenai worriedly. I understand. I didn't enjoy that, but I am shinobi and it was my job to do that. Besides, those men were scum, said Naruto a little angrily. I know how you feel, I'm not trying to start an argument here, said Kurenai defensively. Naruto nodded. He knew she didn't mean anything but was just worried. Both of them started eating their food until something came up in Naruto's mind. Hey, Kurenai, can I ask you something? Asked Naruto hesitantly. Yeah, said Kurenai nonchalantly. She was a little busy in eating her food. What was the mission you did a few years ago? You know, that one, said Naruto silently. He really wanted to know for all these years, what was that made her so sad? Kurenai's breath stopped for a second. She looked at Naruto for a second. He seemed genuinely concerned about her. She knew he only wanted to ease her pain. Why do you want to know? Asked Kurenai sadly. Was your mission similar to mine? Thought Naruto sadly. It's just I'm worried about you. You don't have to tell me if you don't want. I love you with all my heart, and no matter what happens I'll be there for you, said Naruto affectionately and caressed her soft cheeks. Even if you are the one who will kill me, thought Naruto with a sad chuckle. A small tear escaped from Kurenai's eyes, the pain was still within her. The little girl's fearful eyes, the look of betrayal on Yakumo's face, the hatred and sadness which she saw in her eyes. I'm so sorry, said Kurenai to herself, and a few more tears slipped from her eyes as she remembered her student. Naruto got up from his seat and went and sat beside her. He gently hugged her. He couldn't see her tears. He wanted to be there for her, even if their love would be short-lived, even if she would hate him with all her heart, he would be there for her and always love her. She hugged him more tightly and started sobbing more loudly. Fortunately, Naruto had placed privacy seals around their corner and paid the waiter a good sum to leave them alone until called. Kurenai's grief was overtaking her. It had been 4 long years. How she had lived with such pain only she knew. If Naruto hadn't come into her life, she didn't know if she could have lived with such guilt. It's all right, said Naruto and rubbed Kurenai's back soothingly. Her eyes, said Kurenai sadly. She still couldn't stop crying, those innocent eyes. I'm such a baka for asking you this. I'm so sorry, said Naruto remorsefully. He felt like stabbing himself straight to the heart right now. It's okay. It's not your fault, said Kurenai calmly. Her sobbing had stopped, but there were still a few tears in her eyes. Let's just talk about something else, suggested Naruto softly. No. Will you please hear me out? Pleaded Kurenai. She just wanted to share her pain with somebody, and who better than the man she loved? If you want, said Naruto with a smile. He leaned a little and pressed his forehead against her. She gently removed his face mask and kissed him lightly. She just wanted comfort. Naruto slightly opened his eyes and saw how passionately she was kissing him. She had her eyes closed, but he could see the few tears slipping from them. She just looks so delicate, gentle, thought Naruto warmly. He then gently wiped away the tears from her angelic face, and kissed her more lovingly. She moaned in his mouth when he gently caressed her tongue with his own. They both kissed each other for a few minutes. Kurenai was feeling a little more happy. The pain in her heart was reducing with each passing moment. Naruto was trying his best to make her feel wanted, to make her feel loved even after what she did. She broke the kiss after a few moments and kept her face down in shame. Would he still love me after he knows what I did? Thought Kurenai sadly. Feeling better? Asked Naruto gently. Naruto, I want to tell you the truth, said Kurenai hesitantly. Truth? Asked Naruto in confusion. I destroyed a young girl's life, said Kurenai sadly. Naruto was shocked to hear this. Kurenai was not a person who would do such a thing. Something was missing. What do you mean? Asked Naruto gently. Before I tell you this, I know you would never love me after hearing this, but I will always love you, said Kurenai with a sad smile. Naruto gently lifted her chin, so he could see her straight in the eyes. Kurenai saw his fierce blue eyes and the love which they had in them for her. Nothing you say could ever stop me from loving you, said Naruto with determination. A warm smile came on Kurenai's face when she heard how fiercely he loved her, but she didn't want to get her hopes high. After hearing the ugly truth, she wasn't sure that he'd ever want to have a relationship with a person like her. A few years ago I was given the task of training Yakumo Kurama, said Kurenai hesitantly. The heiress of the Kurama clan? Asked Naruto curiously. Yes, she was my student, said Kurenai, surprising Naruto. Really? Asked Naruto in a surprised tone. Training a clan heir was supposed to be a great honor for a Junin, only the best were chosen for the task. She was a prodigy Naruto. Her skills and talent in genjutsu were far more powerful than mine. She could use her imagination and do almost anything, said Kurenai a little proudly. That's amazing Kurenai, to have such talent in genjutsu, said Naruto in shock. But, said Kurenai in a choked voice. Naruto understood something bad must have happened, so he gently wrapped his arm around her and let her lay her head on his shoulders. I guess things went downhill, said Naruto solemnly. Yes, she had a problem. She had a violent inner personality. It acted as a fail-safe mechanism whenever Yakumo was scared or sad. Its main purpose was to fulfill every wish of Yakumo, and it went to very bad depths to make it happen. It even went as far as to kill her parents, said Kurenai sadly. That's horrible. Did Yakumo knew about this? Asked Naruto gently. No, she was a very scared child. The Kurama clan's reputation had decreased since the past few years, as they were unable to provide talented shinobi like before. Yakumo was born with exceptional powers and she felt as if the entire clan's existence, her parents' wishes, all of them depended on her. Her body did not allow her to become a ninja, but still she thrived to become one, explained Kurenai briefly. She must have been a good person. She really wanted to prove herself, said Naruto with a short smile, as he remembered how he wanted to prove himself to Kakashi in the past. But she couldn't control her powers, she was not fit to be a shinobi. I advised her to give up on her dream of becoming a shinobi, said Kurenai sadly. You did the right thing. If she was not fit then by trying hard she must be hurting herself and her family, said Naruto thoughtfully. That's what I wanted her to understand, but she thought that I didn't believe in her abilities and her inner personality started getting more violent. Many accidents even happened in the Kurama clan because of her unstable powers, explained Kurenai briefly. The Hokage must have taken some actions after such losses, said Naruto firmly. He did. He asked me to seal away her powers, and thus finally destroying her dream to be a ninja. It was my mission to stop her from the madness and I did that. The way she was hurt, the way she looked at me. Naruto, I cannot forgive myself, said Kurenai grievously. Naruto didn't know how to react. Kurenai had done a perfect job. She had did what a true shinobi would have done for his village. But he wasn't an idiot either. He knew he just couldn't say something like this straight to her face. You did the right thing. If she was allowed to stay that way, she would have hurted herself and many others. Sometimes for the future of many a few people must be sacrificed, said Naruto sadly. Naruto. It's all right. I know how you feel. I lost someone too, said Naruto shocking Kurenai. Who was that person? Asked Kurenai silently. He was my best friend, said Naruto sadly. What? Asked a shocked Kurenai. Naruto just gave her a sad glance. He died protecting me from the villagers a few years ago. For my sake he sacrificed himself, said Naruto sadly, and a lone tear escaped from his eye. He could never forgive himself for Shin's death. Only if he had just stabbed himself, Shin would have been alive, he could have had a future, a life. Shin died to save a scum like him. I don't deserve this, Nisan, thought Naruto miserably. He was quite surprised when Kurenai hugged him tightly. She was trying to comfort him. She couldn't believe what she had heard, the pain of losing one's best friend. She didn't want to even think about how she would feel if Anko died. What was his name? Asked Kurenai softly while still rubbing his back lovingly. Shin. He didn't have a last name. Asked Kurenai curiously. We both were orphans, so, muttered Naruto. I understand. Just stay with me like this, said Kurenai warmly and hugged him more tightly. Naruto just hugged her more tightly than ever. He needed this, he needed someone, he needed Kurenai. This moment, he didn't want it to end. He wished to stay like this with her forever. He wanted to cherish this moment as long as possible. He knew what he was doing was wrong. He was hurting Kurenai by doing this. But he just couldn't live like this. He knew he would save the village by stopping the coup, but the blood of so many of his friends would always be on his hands. The pain Kakashi, Anko, Tsunade, Amiko, Sasuke, Sakura, all the rookies, Hiruzen and most of all Kurenai would feel because of his actions would be unbearable. The sins he had done in the past, present and future were hounding his soul. He wanted to atone for his sins, to atone for all the mistakes he did, to pay for all the innocent lives he took in the name of Konoha, all the lies and treachery which he had done for the village, the sin of murdering Shin. The greatest evil was of breaking Kurenai's heart. And he had found a way to pay for all of this. He wanted her to kill him. He wanted her to get him out of his misery, his guilt, his pain. He wanted to die by her hands, the person he loved the most in the world. All the Uchihas are FCK'd up in the head, thought Kurama frustratingly. He didn't want to say anything as nothing could change his container's mind. I need you, Kurenai, said Naruto desperately. He was hugging her so tightly that it was starting to hurt her, but she didn't mind. She knew he needed her right now and she would stand by his side. I'm right here, everything will be fine, said Kurenai soothingly. Get a grip, you idiot, yelled Kurama irritatingly. Do you always have to ruin the moment? Said Naruto tiredly to his longtime friend and partner. You're a mess, you're supposed to comfort her, moron, not cry like a little shit in front of her. What kind of shinobi are you? Asked Kurama frustratingly. Naruto just sighed. He knew he had to control his emotions now. He was an Anbu captain for Christ's sake and he was crying like a little boy. What kind of shinobi am I if I cannot even control my emotions? Crying like a baby in front of you, said Naruto with a chuckle. It's not a crime to cry, Naruto. We are shinobi but we are human too, explained Kurenai and broke the hug. Yeah, I guess you are right. Just remember this, Kurenai, it was not your fault. You did what was best for Yakumo and the village. You shouldn't feel guilty, said Naruto with a warm smile. Says the person who blames himself for his friend's death for the past 4 years, said Kurama bemusedly. Shut the FCK up for now. I'm having a moment here, said Naruto angrily. Alright, no need to get your panties wet, said Kurama and laughed loudly. Naruto just cut off the connection and looked at Kurenai. You don't blame? Asked Kurenai hopefully. No. Do you still love me? Asked Kurenai more expectantly. I love you, no matter what you did in the past, present or what you may do in the future. My feelings for you will never change, said Naruto happily. Thank you for understanding me and staying by my side for all this time, Naruto, said Kurenai happily and kissed him lovingly. Well, now that these sad feelings are out of the way, do you think our first mission went well? Asked Naruto professionally. He was trying to change the topic. It went very well, Naruto. You are a good leader. You included every member of the team and motivated them, praised Kurenai. But I couldn't motivate Hinata enough. I failed her as a leader, said Naruto disappointedly. He was angry at Hinata but he was also a little angry at himself. It was not your fault. She has some personal problems which she has to deal with. In time she will get over it just like Sakura did, explained Kurenai. You're right, but you were truly amazing. Sasama didn't even know what hit her. I'm proud to have had a teacher like you, Kurenai, complimented Naruto with a wide smile. Kurenai blushed when she heard that. She really liked when Naruto praised her. You were also very good in taking down Taro. I'm impressed, said Kurenai with a wink. Hee. I learned from the best, said Naruto happily. Naruto, I want to thank you, said Kurenai softly. For what? Asked Naruto curiously. For everything, said Kurenai lovingly. You don't need to thank me. You have given me everything that I ever wanted. A scum like me doesn't deserve you, said Naruto sadly. Slap. Naruto was quite shocked when Kurenai gave him a hard slap on his right cheek. His eyes widened briefly, but when he saw the tears in her eyes he became even more ashamed of himself. She grabbed his collar roughly and brought her face just an inch apart from his own. Why? Why do you always consider yourself as scum? How many times have I told you not to talk like that? Said Kurenai sadly with tears in her eyes. I, said Naruto hesitantly. No, you listen to me, Naruto, because I am not going to repeat this. You are a good man, a good friend, a fine shinobi, a good comrade, a good leader, a good brother and most of all a good lover, said Kurenai with a true smile on her angelic face. Do you really believe that? Asked Naruto in a shaky voice. How he wished those words were true. Yes, I love you with all my heart and please just don't say those words anymore, pleaded Kurenai. Hi, said Naruto submissively. Good, but don't think you won't be punished for this, said Kurenai with a smirk. What do you want me to do, Kurenai-sama? Teased Naruto with a small smile. Carry me home. Huh? Asked Naruto in confusion. On your back. Finished Kurenai victoriously. What? You? Re-fcking heavy. Yelled Naruto defensively and pointed an accusing finger at her. He just loved making her angry. The expression on her face was priceless. What did you say, Naruto? Yelled Kurenai and raised her fist to bonk him. I'm so dead. Chapter 14. I am in hell. The shiny rays of the sun slowly fell on his body, enlightening him in their warmth. He slowly opened his azure eyes. It was morning. Naruto felt something on top of him. His vision was a little blurry. After a few seconds he recognized who this person was. Kurenai was clearly sleeping on top of him. Her head was closely pressed against his chest while her silky raven her hair were shining in the morning light. Their legs were intertwined with each other. She was completely naked and her body was glowing magnificently in the morning light. Naruto couldn't help but blush when memories of the previous night hit him with full force. It had been the most beautiful night of his life. He truly had loved each moment of that night. Looking at her beautiful face made him more aroused, but she looked very exhausted, so he just settled for staring at her. He was going to miss this. He was going to miss her. He wondered how his life would have turned out if his parents didn't die, if he was not a Jinchuriki, if he had not joined Root. Would he still be with Kurenai? Would his life still turn out the way it had? He just wanted it all to end. He wanted to finally rest in peace. He knew some people might think of him as a coward, but his life was filled with more pain than anyone could imagine. Each person has a limit before he breaks down completely, and Naruto knew he was way past his limit. He was just dragging on his life just to fulfill his mission, fulfill the promise which he made Shin of protecting the village. After that he would be free, free from his guilt, his pain, his misery. He would make sure Kurenai would be the one to kill him. He would do everything possible to make her strong. By killing him he would make her the biggest hero of the Hidden Leaf Village. She would then finally move on with her life and he would just be a bad memory. It was painful. There was no hope left for him, but he would try till his last breath to try to amend for his sins. Naruto, what do you plan to do about those eyes of yours? If you keep going at this rate, you'll go blind in a year or two, warned Kurama sternly. I know, that's why I will go to the Naka shrine today. I have a feeling all of our questions will be answered there, said Naruto calmly. Very well, said Kurama and cut off the link. Naruto slowly felt Kurenai move a bit. After a few moments her ruby eyes opened. Naruto gave her a small smile which Kurenai reflected with her vibrant smile. She leaned forward a little and captured Naruto's lips in a heated kiss. Naruto didn't resist but instead turned her over, so he was now on top of her. He kissed her back lovingly and was slowly exploring her mouth and sending jolts of pleasure down Kurenai's body. Their little make-out session continued for a few minutes until Naruto stopped and was now just staring at Kurenai calmly. Kurenai too was just looking at his sharingan eyes. He really looked very handsome and caring. Last night was the best night of her life and she now really wanted to spend more time with Naruto. What are you looking at? Asked Kurenai curiously. You are the most beautiful female in the world, Kurenai-chan, said Naruto with a smile. Trying to flatter me, are you? Well, your trick is really working, said Kurenai with a soft chuckle and came forward to kiss Naruto. He just gave her a soft peck on her lips and broke the kiss. Kurenai frowned. What was up with him? It's getting late. I'll prepare something for us to eat. You can rest till then, said Naruto warmly. I guess you're right, said Kurenai calmly. However, Naruto didn't move from top of her. She got a little curious. Naruto sensed this and decided to say something. Kurenai, last night was the best night of my life, and I truly enjoyed every moment I spent with you, said Naruto slowly. I enjoyed every moment too, Naruto, said Kurenai with a warm smile. Naruto bit his lip nervously. He was thinking about the right words to say this. Kurenai got confused. Naruto was really acting a little strange. Hey Kurenai, said Naruto hesitantly. Yes. Can you promise me something? Asked Naruto very slowly. What is it? Asked Kurenai a little skeptically. If I ever lose myself in darkness, will you save me? Asked Naruto sadly. Now Kurenai's danger senses were starting to kick off. Something was really off and she decided to know about it right now. What kind of stupid question is that? I'll save you no matter what, Baka, said Kurenai harshly. Thank you, said Naruto gratefully. Why are you saying this, Naruto? Asked Kurenai suspiciously. It's nothing, it's just I'm the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi and if I ever lose control, said Naruto but was stopped when Kurenai sent him a harsh glare. You won't lose control, Yondaime-sama's seal is the best. Besides I won't let him have you, said Kurenai fiercely. As if I could do something. Damn this FC King seal, said Kurama angrily. Naruto gave a warm smile to her in return, while he ignored Kurama. I know, but if I ever lose control, said Naruto fiercely. You won't, said Kurenai but was cut off when Naruto gave her the most cold look she had seen in her entire life. His sharingan was spinning madly. Kurenai's entire world went blank. After her few moments, Kurenai slowly opened her eyes and found she was in a dark room. Suddenly a pair of cold sharingan eyes started spinning in front of her eyes and she got hypnotized. Yami number Sakai no Jutsu, World of Darkness. You will kill me, ordered the sharingan eyes. Hi, said Kurenai without any emotion in her voice. After that her world went blank again and she slowly started losing consciousness in those mesmerizing sharingan eyes. The plan has been put into motion. He slowly washed the blood that was coming out of his eyes. He was in pain, a lot of pain. Naruto gently opened his eyes, his vision seemed to blur a little, he couldn't properly see his face in the mirror. He blinked his eyes for a few times and then slowly his vision seemed to get clear though it was a little hazy than before. It really took a lot of my power, thought Naruto tiredly. UFCKING moron, do you know what you have done? Yelled Kurama at the top of his lungs. I am well aware of what I am doing, said Naruto calmly. He wasn't even a little bit fazed by Kurama's response. He was expecting such a response from his partner. You casted your most strongest hypnotizing genjutsu on her to kill you? Asked Kurama angrily. Yes, this was the most ultimate and strongest form of Yami no Sakai Jutsu. It will not fail. Kurenai will never be able to overcome my visual powers. This genjutsu would force her to kill me, no matter how much time it may take, said Naruto neutrally. You do know that she is the most powerful genjutsu master in this village and your teacher too, warned Kurama. I know, but there is slim to no chance at all for her to break out of my genjutsu. I have ran through all the possible outcomes and loopholes, explained Naruto briefly. You know that she loves you and you will make her kill you? Asked Kurama furiously. He had enough of Naruto's madness. The boy had started losing it. She won't remember any of this. She will not hesitate. She will not stop. I implanted the entire mechanism in her mind through this genjutsu. She will kill me but not consciously, said Naruto calmly. But what would happen after she kills you? I don't want to diminish your skills, but with me sealed in you it won't be easy. Besides I won't let you, said Kurama harshly. I have a plan for that too. She will get strong enough to kill me. And as for you trying to stop me, you do remember you have been defeated twice by the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, don't you, Kurama? Asked Naruto darkly. His tone was so cold that for a second Kurama could see Madara in Naruto. Are you threatening me? Asked Kurama dangerously. No, I am telling you. Don't get in the way. Besides, what does it matter to you? You'd be free anyway. Asked Naruto curiously. Kurama just remained silent. He really didn't want to tell the boy that he considered him his only friend. Is there no other way? Do you really want to die, Naruto? Asked Kurama sadly for the first time. Naruto was quite surprised. Never had he heard Kurama being sad about something. Thank you for being my friend, thought Naruto gratefully. Yes, I want it to end this way, Kurama. I want to die while I'm still human, said Naruto sadly. Your father didn't seal me in you, so you could just throw your life away. He wanted you to master my power and bring peace to this world, snapped Kurama angrily. My father's dead, said Naruto harshly. Naruto. He wanted to believe in that reason because he wanted to find solace in his pathetic existence, said Naruto hatefully. What are you saying? Asked a shocked Kurama. For the first time in his existence, his eyes were wide as saucers. There is no such thing as hope, said Naruto bitterly. His Mangekyo Sharingan was already spinning at tremendous speed. Naruto's entire body was shaking too. There is no such thing as peace, yelled Naruto and cut off the connection. Kuramas couldn't believe in what he just heard. Naruto always wanted to bring peace in this world. It was his dream. But since Shin's death, Kurama had noticed Naruto had started to change. He had started losing faith. He lost faith in his friends, his superiors, his comrades, his adoptive brothers, the Hokage. He had lost faith in himself. He had lost faith in Kurenai's love. He had lost faith in the shinobi world. Naruto Uchiha had fallen to the Uchiha's curse of hatred. Chapter 15. The S-rank mission. Birth of the Sharingan Devil. He sat in a dark room, all alone. It was his home, well for now at least. The entire room was engulfed in the smoke that was coming from the cigarette that he was smoking with the help of his right hand. His back was laid back against the wall and his face didn't show any emotion on it. He had a small note in his left hand which he was staring at quite intently. This was his choice. This was his fate. This was his dark path. He looked up and saw the smoke in the air. He idly wondered if humans are like smoke who ultimately vanish into thin air. What awaited a person after death? Was it heaven? Was it hell? Or was it loneliness? He could accept either of the choices, though after tonight he knew he would most probably be going to hell. But he didn't want to remain alone. Loneliness was the worst fear of his life. He was a Jinchuriki and for such a person loneliness was the worst pain in life. He really didn't want to know how he would have turned out if Kakashi had not adopted him, if he had not made such good friends like Sasuke and Sakura. If he didn't have such a good family like Hiruzen, Amiko, Konohamaru, Tsuki, Ayame and Tsunade. And most of all he wouldn't have been sane if Kurenai had not loved him. He had no regrets except one. He didn't blame anyone for his misery nor his pain. Maybe it was karma and he was paying for the crimes of his past life in this one. Maybe he really was a monster, demon that the people had called him in the past. After tonight, no matter what his reasons might be, what type of person he was, nothing would be remembered. He would only be known as a traitor, a murderer and scum. It didn't bother him at all. He had made his peace with destiny. He knew what he was doing was for the greater good, and with great power came great sacrifice. Self-sacrifice is the duty of a true shinobi. A small smile came on his lips as he remembered that phrase which his brother had told him. A small memory came to his mind which reminded him why he was here. Flashback. A few days ago. In a small abandoned hut, two figures could be seen standing in the darkness. One of them was standing straight while the other was in a kneeling position and had his head bowed. The person who was standing was wearing a black cloak and had his face covered by a wolf mask. Have you made up your mind yet? Asked the cloaked person sternly. The other person just didn't answer and kept his head bowed down. His silky blonde hair was flowing freely with the cool breeze of the wind. After a few moments he said in a low voice. Please wait, I just need more time, requested the person formally. It will be too late once the players start to make their move. The situation is extremely fragile, said the wolf-masked person seriously. Hi, said the other person silently. If you haven't made up your mind, we'll be forced to take action, ordered the wolf-masked person sternly. The other person panicked and raised his head instantly. The wolf-masked person could clearly see the shock in his azure eyes. The shock in his eyes slowly died away. His eyes morphed into a Mangekyo Sharingan. I realize that, said the person slowly. Naruto. I'll end this once and for all, said Naruto and walked away. Flashback end. A tired sigh escaped from his mouth. It really was time and there was no going back now. Tonight he was going to set aside all his personal feelings and do his duty as a true shinobi of Konoha. Most of all he was going to fulfill the promise which he had made to his now dead brother. He slowly dropped the note that he was holding in his left hand. He picked himself up and slowly made his way towards his shelf. He put on white bandages around his arms and legs. He still remembered Kurenai giving these bandages to him as a gift. A small chuckle escaped from his lips as he remembered how he had complained to her that they were not cool and received a light bop on the head in return. He put on his arm guards over the bandages on his arms. He gently put on his black pant and strapped his weapon pouch on his right thigh. Opening the door to a shelf, he could see a vast amount of weapons and supplies stashed in it. Kunai, shuriken, exploding tags, wires, medkit, few storage scrolls and a sword. He was going to need all of it. His hands slowly started placing a large number of kunai and shuriken in his pouch. He sealed some stuff in the scroll and stuffed them in his back pockets. The wires and medkit were hidden in the pockets of his pants. The medkit was given to him by his teammate and longtime friend Sakura Haruno. She really cared about his safety and his health. He was grateful for having such a caring friend. He slowly put on his shiny black combat boots. They were very sturdy and stubborn. He put on his black t-shirt which had a small Uchiha crest on its back. Sasuke had given him this t-shirt on his birthday and he was grateful to him for that. He put on his Anbu gray flak jacket, this was his uniform. His hands then went towards the hilt of the sword that was very precious to him. This was Shin's sword, the sword of his beloved big brother. Whenever he held it in his hands he felt as if his brother was with him and he was not alone at all. He sheathed his sword on his back with a gentle push. His hands then went towards his Konoha forehead protector. It had a very unique black piece of cloth which Anko had personally sewn for him. He was grateful to his sister figure for giving him such a present which she made with her own hands. At last his hands slowly went towards his black face mask. This was his first gift which Kakashi had given him. Kakashi was the closest thing he had to a father and a big brother. Naruto knew no matter what he did, he would never be able to repay the man enough for adopting such an orphan like him and giving him a good life. A small tear escaped from his eyes as he remembered all the good times he had with Kakashi. Their training, their pranks, their joy, their pain. He would never forget anything and he would never forget Kakashi, the first precious person of his life. He slowly put on his face mask and wiped away his tears. He stepped up in front of a mirror and looked at himself. He was ready. He looked as a killer shinobi. He was not Naruto. He was an Anbu captain. He was a soldier. He was a shinobi of Konohagakure no Sato. He was Naruto Uchiha of Konoha. He gave one last glance to the picture on the wall of his apartment. There were several people in that picture. Naruto stood in the center with his Chunin vest. Kurenai was leaning on his right side and had a big smile on her face. Sasuke stood on his left with a bored look while Sakura was beside Sasuke and had a big smile on her face while making the victory sign. Kakashi stood in the back with an eye smile on his face while Anko was leaning on Kakashi and had a board proclaiming how sexy and beautiful she was on her back. Thank you for everything. These were his last words before his azure eyes morphed into a three-tomo sharingan and he put on his Falcon Anbu mask. He left the house with a shunshin knowing he would probably never return home again. The only thing that remained were memories and the note which he had left on the floor. It just had one word on it, but the message was clear. Goodbye. A lone figure could be seen standing on the rooftop. His shiny Anbu gear was being reflected in the moonlight. But the most unique things was his Falcon Anbu mask and his three-tomo sharingan which could be seen through the holes in the mask. The person's vision was fixated on a small window of a Nibi apartment. More specifically on the person who was sleeping in the apartment. She had silky raven hair and a very beautiful face. She was sleeping in her nightgown but she looked like a goddess in the moonlight. Her beautiful luscious red lips could make any man fall for her. There was a flash of thunder which made her open her eyes. She sat up straight and looked outside the window. Her vision was very blurry but she saw a person standing on a rooftop opposite her window. Was it an Anbu? She slowly wiped away the dust which was on her eyes and now looked more clearly. But no one was there. The person was gone like the wind, it was as if he was a ghost. I swear I saw someone outside just a moment ago, thought Kurenai in confusion. Naruto awaited patiently in the shadows of a tree. In front of him there was a small clearing. To any normal person it would seem as if no one was there but Naruto knew better. Anbu were ninja who specialized in stealth and the fact that this person was very stealthy was to be highly taken into consideration. A small snake slowly slithered beside Naruto. The unique thing about this snake was that it was made of ink and it slowly dissolved into the ground in front of Naruto. This was the signal. He shunshined in the field and awaited patiently for his comrade to show up. He could feel his presence, he knew where he was and was waiting for him to show up. Suddenly a shinobi in Anbu gear rose up from the ground beneath. He had a tanto strapped on his back and his face was covered by his cat mask. Naruto looked at this person seriously. Now they were in enemy territory and they had very less time to fulfill the mission. The invasion was going to happen in a few hours and for the first time the entire Root Anbu Black Ops had gathered in one single location. Naruto knew most of the Root Anbu must be awake and ready for any type of attack, but this was their only chance. He will not fail. Report, said Naruto sternly. I have taken out the patrols and the guards at the entrance, however the entire main task force is inside, said Sai curtly. How many? Asked Naruto with a weighted breath. Killing bandits. Junin was one thing, but Anbu were the best of the best. The fact that the Root Anbu were mere killing machines who would not stop until they annihilate their enemy or themselves wasn't helping Naruto either. 300, said Sai, shocking Naruto. What? Asked Naruto in shock. There was an entire Anbu force equivalent to 3 companies of ninja. Each Anbu was equal to 5 Chunin. Things just got more FC-ked than they were before, thought Naruto frustratingly. Sai sensed his friend's dilemma and he didn't blame him. Even he was nervous. They were facing an entire Anbu force all by themselves. The fact that many of these Anbu were their comrades and friends in the past was severely weakening their morale. Sai and Naruto were the only ones in Root who couldn't kill their emotions completely. They were shinobi, but they still could not muster enough courage to kill their own comrades, their friends, their superiors, their teachers. It was so much painful that both boys couldn't describe their feeling in words. Do you want to abort? Asked Sai silently. No, we will do this. There is no going back now. If we don't stop them now, the entire village will be swept in a civil war by tomorrow. We must do this. We'll go down fighting if it means saving the village. Are you with me? Asked Naruto seriously. Till the end, said Sai confidently. Sai, I know how you feel. But this is for the greater good, said Naruto sadly. I know, Naruto. You are my friend. We are in this together till the end. I know how your heart is breaking right now, said Sai in a remorseful voice. Naruto dropped his head in shame, his fists clenched tightly. He was going to kill his friends, the kids he had trained and grew up with. The teachers who had taught him, his superiors. All of them. It was unbearable. And all of this was happening because of one man's madness. Danzo, thought Naruto angrily. All of this is happening because of that bastard. If not for him, Nisan would be alive right now. He must pay for his crimes against Konoha and against all of us. I will kill him tonight no matter what happens, said Naruto dangerously, and his sharingan flashed murderously. Sai did his best to control his feelings. Naruto was very angry right now and it was good that he was on Sai's side. Sai pitied those who were going to face Naruto in combat. Naruto was the strongest Anbu captain ever in the history of Konoha. His skills were totally on a different level, and Sai didn't even want to think about Naruto's sharingan. Those eyes scared him to death. He still remembered Naruto slaughtering 3 platoons of Iwa shinobi in a covert operation a few years back. Sai was very frightened when he saw how dangerous Naruto was in battle. It was as if he was the descendant of Uchiha Madara himself and the man was a legend. Here's the plan, said Naruto seriously. Sai was brought out of his thoughts and he looked at Naruto. He had displayed a map and now he was going to explain their strategy. Hi, Taiko, said Sai strictly. The madness and bloodshed was about to begin. Hell was going to be unleashed. Boar was getting a very bad feeling with each passing moment. Even his squad that was standing guard beside him could feel something very bad approaching their position. It was as if the Shinigami was at their doorstep. He was stoic as usual, but something was wrong. He was sure that by tomorrow Danzo-sama's plan would be successful and the Root Anbu would have taken control over Konoha by eliminating the higher command. They had the strongest Anbu captain and the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi by their side. They were unstoppable. Oh, how wrong he was. He was interrupted from his thoughts when suddenly mist started to form all around his and the squad's position. They were supposed to be guarding the frontal part of the base, and it seemed that they had intruders. Kurigakur number jutsu, hidden mist technique, thought Boar analytically. Boar's danger senses suddenly kicked in when suddenly his feet started to get bound by black snakes. Sai, thought Boar alarmingly. Sai was the only Anbu in the entire Root division that specialized in such jutsu. The fact that he was being attacked by these ink snakes meant that Sai had turned traitor. Boar's eyes hardened and he unsheathed his tanto. He tried to look for his squad in the mist, but he couldn't see anything. He closed his eyes in order to focus, and he could barely hear the sounds of a few slashes and sound of drops of blood falling on the ground. He knew what that meant. His squad was now dead and he was probably the only one standing. He suddenly tried to jump, but those snakes were holding him tightly. He made a hand sign and substituted himself with a nearby log. Sai, I must report this to Danzo-sama, thought Boar immediately. But fate had other plans. Boar suddenly felt the entire air around him turn as cold as ice. The air was filled with so much ki that the tanto he was holding fell to the ground with a thud. Boar's entire body was shaking. He could feel the presence of his enemy behind his back. He knew it was over. So, you have turned traitor, said Boar calmly. He knew there was only one person who could get behind his back so easily. He had trained the boy since he was little. He was the best student of his class, and Boar knew his death was now imminent if he was his opponent. It's over, sensei, said the assassin silently, but his voice had a sad tone in it. The way we think is different. But I'm still proud of you, said Boar curtly. He was an honest person and he valued skill above everything else, and the man standing behind him was the best student he had ever trained. Boar took one last breath and slowly closed his eyes. He had made his peace with death. The assassin quickly slashed his sword and Boar's head rolled off in one sweep. His eyes were lifeless now and his face had a calm expression, but that was hidden behind his Anbu mask. Boar of the Root Anbu was now killed in action. Forgive me, sensei, thought Naruto sadly. He disappeared with his body flicker technique to kill his next targets. No matter what happened, he could not forget the guilt that had started forming in his heart. The man he had just killed was one of his teachers, the one who taught him Kenjutsu. This was just the beginning. There were 295 more lives to be taken before this would be over. Naruto gripped his sword tighter. He was moving at a very fast speed across the dark corridors of the base. He was like a blur moving in the darkness. He knew stealth was his only weapon against these Root Anbu, but it would only be a matter of time before there was all-out war in the base. His sharingan was spinning wildly and his emotions were hidden beneath his falcon mask. He channeled wind chakra through his sword and in a quick motion blocked a strike that was aimed to cut his head off. He could feel the presence of 15 Anbu around him, and a moment later he was surrounded by all of them. Looking at their masks, Naruto recognized some of them as his classmates while the others were his comrades. They didn't utter a word, they didn't show any emotion, they just were fixated on killing him. He knew his sensei, whom he had killed a few moments ago, would have alerted the others before his death through some means. The man was an Anbu and he did his duty even in the face of death. 3 Anbu tried to attack him together and slashed their tanto at him to cut his body from 3 different angles. And their tanto pierced his body from all sides and he fell to the floor in pieces, but before his body completely reached the ground it disappeared in a murder of crows. Genjutsu, thought all the Anbu in shock. But it was too late for them. A left, a right, a straight, a swipe and a long decapitating slice, and 5 Anbu's bodies instantly fell to the floor. They didn't even know that they were dead. They would pass into the afterlife believing they didn't commit any mistakes. But all of them had failed to recognize the hand seals which Naruto had performed at lightning fast speed. They were all in his genjutsu from the moment they attacked him and revealed their position. Before the remaining Anbu could get out of their stupor and launch any counterattack, Naruto jumped high in the air and released 10 shuriken at high speed. All the shuriken hit their targets with deadly precision and the bodies of the 10 remaining Anbu fell to the ground in a sickening thud one after the other. They were all dead as each and every one of them had a shuriken lodged in a vital spot of their body that killed them instantly. Naruto immediately ducked in order to avoid the kick that would have broken his neck. He immediately caught his attacker's leg and gave him a hard kick in his jewels which knocked his opponent down on the ground. He somersaulted and delivered a chakra-infused punch that broke his attacker's heart and killed him on the spot. Naruto got a hard kick on his face and was knocked a few meters back with a very strong force. He backflipped in the air and landed a few meters away gracefully on his feet. He looked at his attacker and immediately got on guard when he realized who it was. It was Eagle. He was an Anbu captain like him and was very skilled in taijutsu. The fact that Eagle knew how to counter Naruto's sharingan was a very bad situation for him. Naruto knew he had very little time before the entire base became alert, and fighting Eagle with brute strength would be time-consuming and suicidal. Eagle jumped at him quickly and gave him a very harsh kick that broke one of Naruto's ribs instantly with a sick crack. FCK! Screamed Naruto in pain. But Eagle was shocked when Naruto grabbed his leg and instantly was in the front of his face. The last thing Eagle saw was a shuriken in Naruto's eyes and one word which would be the last word that Eagle would hear. Amaterasu. Black flames awakened in an instant and burned Eagle's face. He didn't have any time to react, and he was dead as the black flames melted his face. His body fell to the ground with a thud, but still the black flames didn't went off and they were continuously burning. The entire air had now a very foul odor that reeked of the smell of dead bodies. Naruto vomited instantly when that disgusting smell reached his nose. The fact that he just saw a man's entire face melt away in front of his eyes was pure horror. He had seen the flesh burn and melt off in seconds. Words couldn't describe how sick he felt. He purposefully took Eagle's hit to get him off guard and kill him instantly. Kurama's chakra had almost healed his broken rib, but still it was very painful and he coughed up a little blood. He slowly picked up his sword. It was going to be a long night. With Sai. Cha Ya Giga, Super Beast imitating drawing. 20 ferocious lions jumped on an entire squad of Anbu and instantly tore their body to pieces. Their sickening screams filled the entire corridor and Sai felt really broken on seeing his comrades dying by his attacks. He jumped at the Anbu on his right and tried to stab him with his tanto. Sai's opponent was very quick and before Sai could realize he was given a large gash that tore a major portion of his uniform and drops of blood started flowing from his now wounded chest. He looked closely and now he could see flow of chakra in his opponent's sword. Before Sai could react further, he suddenly felt something cold pierce his chest. He looked down and saw two swords sticking out of his chest. He looked back and saw another Anbu had pierced his chest from behind while the one in front of him had stabbed him straight through his heart. It was over. Futen Kazakiri no Jutsu, Wind Release, Wind Cutter Jutsu. Naruto quickly performed his lethal jutsu and injured 3 Anbu in front of him. Large cuts appeared on their body and they fell down on the ground, but Naruto hit them straight in the head with 3 shuriken and put them out of their misery. Naruto was quite surprised when another 5 Anbu appeared in front of him and had already performed a very familiar set of hand signs. Kage Shuriken no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Several shuriken quickly impaled Naruto all over his body and he fell down to the ground. The Anbu quickly jumped towards him in order to kill him now, but their eyes widened when they saw something. Naruto performed the Ram hand seal. Katsu, whispered Naruto and was blown to pieces along with the 5 Anbu. The real Naruto quickly stepped out of the shadows with a calm facade. Kage Bunshin Daibakua, exploding shadow clone technique, success, thought Naruto calmly. The explosion had alerted everyone and in a matter of seconds a large force of 100 root Anbu stood in battle position in front of Naruto. Naruto was not at all unfazed by this counter-reaction. In fact, his enemy was a little slow according to his standards. His eyes hardened and he gathered a large amount of chakra for one of his most devastating and lethal attacks. His fingers quickly formed the horse hand seal. The sensors in the enemy forces realized that the attack was going to be devastating. It is going to be huge. Brace yourselves, yelled many sensor Anbu. Kaden. Goka Mekyaku, fire release. Great fire annihilation. An enormous tidal wave of flames was unleashed from Naruto's mouth, which was heading towards the enemy at great speed. The attack had already covered the entire corridor and was burning everything in its path. Few squads of root Anbu had already came forward in order to defend themselves against such a lethal attack. They quickly made their hand seals together and performed their jutsu. Sweden. Sujinheki, water release. Water encampment wall. Both the jutsu collided with each other with great force. The entire corridor was engulfed in the mist that was formed as the fire and water attacks fought with each other. Ultimately, Naruto's attack proved to be more powerful and ran through the defensive water attacks and burned all the Anbu at the front lines. Their screams could be heard in the entire corridor as nearly 60 to 70 of the Anbu got caught in that destructive fire and were now being burnt to a crisp. Smoke was blocking the vision of the remaining root Anbu. They were on their guard as they just now saw more than half of their force taken out by one single attack of their enemy. "Here he comes," announced a random Anbu quickly as he sensed Naruto's movements. "Fire release. Great fireball shower." The Anbu eyes widened in shock when they saw the entire ceiling covered in so many large fireballs that were heading towards them with ferocious speed. And right in the middle of these fireballs was their enemy who was converging at them murderously. "We are all dead," thought all the Anbu in shock. The entire base was rocked by a number of explosions as all the fireballs impacted with the Anbu forces and destroyed majority of the remaining root Anbu. The walls of the corridor were now covered in blood, flesh was now lying in every direction. The foul smell of blood along with the decaying burning flesh could be seen in the entire corridor. Only a handful Anbu survived this brutal attack. They were trying their best to seem unfazed, but even they were stunned by the massacre that just happened now. Smoke was hindering their vision, but they could clearly hear slow footsteps approaching their position. Beads of sweat were rolling off the Anbu's skin as they heard Naruto getting closer and the sound of his sword killing those who were barely alive. "You are weak." The Anbu froze in fear when they heard such a demonic voice. It was as if they were hearing the nine-tailed demon fox himself. "You are naive." Some of the very young members collapsed on the ground in fear, as the ki escalated beyond their limits. "Because your hatred is weak." Another sickening crunch and the sound of a body dropping to the ground could be heard across the corridor. The survivors knew they were now not fighting a man, but a god. The power of hatred is the power to kill. This time Naruto's voice was so demonic that whatever morale the enemy had left till now was completely broken off. The power to kill is the power of revenge. Another blasted ki hit the surviving Anbu with full force and all of those who were standing dropped on their knees. They couldn't breathe properly. The footsteps were now getting closer and they could now see a person coming out of the smoke. All the Anbu's eyes were wide in shock when Naruto emerged from the shadows. He looked like a death god himself. His entire uniform was now drenched in blood and pieces of flesh were stuck on it. His sword looked as if it had a blood bath. The entire sword was covered in blood and many droplets were falling on the ground. Naruto's Anbu mask looked burned in a lot of places. But the most fearful thing were his eyes. Those cold murderous red eyes that were looking at the surviving Anbu with such hatred. Naruto's Mangekyo Sharingan had already awakened. "This is it for us," thought the surviving Anbu finally. Their bodies weren't moving, their hands were shaking and they knew now they had lost. "Because your hatred is weaker than mine," yelled Naruto darkly. Kenjutsu style. Lightning crescent wave. Naruto released thousands of bolts of lightning from his sword that impacted with the survivors instantly. The screams of the dying Anbu rocked the entire corridor. Even Kurama was startled by seeing such a slaughter by a human. A teenager barely 15-year-old had committed such a heinous massacre. Is this the power of hatred? Is this really Naruto? Thought Kurama worriedly. In the entire history of mankind, Kurama had only seen one man do such a massive massacre and he hated that man with passion. That man was Madara Uchiha himself, the first person to defeat and tame Kurama. That man had used Kurama for his own benefits and right now the level of darkness Kurama felt within Naruto was equivalent if not greater than that of Madara. Kurama was suddenly brought out his thoughts as he felt a very massive attack heading towards his container. Naruto raised an eyebrow as he saw the giant 30 feet earth dragon that was going to collide with him in a few seconds and blow his body to pieces. He had already felt a large force of 150 Anbu that had gathered in front of him and those who had fired such a lethal jutsu on him. Doden. Doria, Dan, Earth style. Earth dragon. Very well, said Naruto calmly. Ga! Screamed the earth dragon. It collided with its target with such a force that the entire base got shaken as if it was hit by a massive earthquake. There were large cracks in the wall and many debris had already scattered as the Earth Dragon hit Naruto. It's finally over. Report it to Dans, said the leader tiredly, but was cut off when he felt a massive spike in chakra from the direction of their enemy. The entire ground shook violently and slowly white light started to be seen at a distance from the root Anbu force. What is this? Asked one Anbu in confusion as he could not see properly due to the smoke. Suddenly very bad cracking voices could be heard across the entire corridor and the chakra levels went of the roof. The smoke slowly started to clear a little and the eyes of the commander of the root Anbu forces widened in shock when he saw what was in front of him. Naruto's entire body was protected by a very huge skeleton-like structure. The skeleton was bigger than the earth dragon they had fired. The skeleton structure was very wide and from the look of it, it was FC King strong as it seemed to have saved Naruto from that earth dragon. Naruto was standing right in the middle of this humanoid monster that was protecting him. His Anbu mask had already broken to pieces and he seemed to be panting very harshly. His head was bowed down and his silky blonde hair were swinging wildly while his face seemed to be covered by his black face mask. The entire skeleton was white in color, and it very much resembled the actual color of the human bones. Naruto slowly lifted his head and the root Anbu slowly took a step back in fear when they looked in his eyes. There were now a three-pronged shuriken in his blood-red eyes signaling that he had activated his Mangekyo Sharingan fully. Naruto firmly said one word that sent chills down the spine of all the root Anbu. Susanoo. Chapter 16. The Mystery of Naruto Uchiha. Susanoo. The entire ground shook violently sending a very big shock wave across the entire base. Many of the walls cracked due to the sheer force of Naruto's jutsu. The root forces just stood there in shock, their eyes couldn't believe what they were saying. The entire skull-like structure was developing with each passing moment. At first it was just a skeleton but now slowly veins had started to form over the bones, and now it possessed two Sharingan eyes that had a shuriken in each of them. In the right hand of the structure soon some light started to glow and to the root force's shock soon a large 20 feet sword came out of it. The sword was sparkling with so much electricity that the sound was starting to get unbearable. The humanoid monster underwent another change and now its face was covered in a knight armor helmet, only its red Sharingan eyes could be seen which were looking at the root forces murderously. Naruto was in an unbelievable pain. His entire body was on fire, each and every cell of his body was burning like hell. He couldn't describe in words how painful this process was. He suddenly coughed up a lot of blood from his mouth. This jutsu is really harmful for my body, thought Naruto tiredly. Take my chakra, it would decrease the pain your body is in and will not drain your chakra completely, said Kurama seriously. Thank you, said Naruto gratefully. The pain started to decrease as Kurama's chakra started to flow across Naruto's entire body. The effect was instantaneous. Naruto's Susanoo that was white in color now started to have large shades of orange across its entire body. The muscle of the Susanoo became even more hard and two horns of orange color developed on the Susanoo's helmet. All in all it looked as a demonic monster of hell. Today I'll show you the legendary power of the Uchiha. You shall see why we were feared in the shinobi world, said Naruto loudly. Soon a large spear started to form in the Susanoo's left arm. The spear was very sharp but the most dangerous thing was that it was entirely made up of black flames. Damn, said a young root Anbu. What is this? Asked another Anbu hesitatingly. His legs were shaking very badly. It's out of our league, said another Anbu defeatedly. Is this the power of a devil? Said an Anbu with a little fear and took a step back. Is this really ninjutsu? We cannot defeat such a monster. This is not good. Naruto's Mangekyo Sharingan spinned wildly and soon the entire spear looked like a blazing inferno that would burn and destroy anything in its path. Enten. Susanoo Kagutsuchi, Blaze Release. Susanoo Kagutsuchi. Naruto's Susanoo raised the now burning spear high in the air, it then moved its hand a little back and then with great force threw the spear straight towards the Anbu forces. FCK. This is it. Thought all the Anbu in fear as they saw the enormous spear ready to destroy all of them in one precise strike. Shintenshin no Jutsu, Mind-Body Switch Technique. Naruto suddenly felt someone take over his body, but before he could do something the attacker was already gone from his mind. So you are here, Fu Yamanaka, said Naruto with a grin. Naruto's spear had totally missed its target and had now struck the ceiling. There was a large hole in the ceiling and black flames were spread on the entire ceiling. As the smoke cleared, Naruto could clearly see Fu as well as his partner Torun Aburame standing side by side in their Anbu gear. Formation C soldiers, barked Fu loudly. The Root Anbu forces that had previously lost their morale quickly got into the said formation. The appearance of two of their strongest Anbu captains was a relief for them. Don't give up no matter what. We must fight for Konoha, even if it costs us our lives, said Fu commandingly. We are the roots that support this village. We shall not fall, said Torun firmly. The Root Anbu's morale increased further and they tightened their grip on their Tonto. Their ki increased greatly and they now looked ready to kill. Naruto started chuckling, which then fully transformed into a mad laughter. Ha ha ha. You two are a good team. Now let's begin the fun, said Naruto with a murderous glare. Fu and Torun's danger senses immediately kicked in as they felt the severe increase in Naruto's chakra. Both of them backflipped towards the Anbu forces and were now standing in front. They could clearly see a dark shuriken being formed in the right hand of Naruto's Susanoo. It looked to be very devastating. Everyone form a defensive wall right now, yelled Torun loudly. All the Root Anbu performed a quick set of hand seals in order to defend themselves. It didn't matter if their defense was strong or not, but they had to do something or they were all dead. Doden Doryuheki, Earth Release. Mud Wall Jutsu. Several walls of mud started forming one after the another. They looked like a domino and were huge in heights and were already reaching the ceiling. Fu and Torun knew that their defense was not absolute because not every Anbu had Earth affinity, so their defense was weak. But they had to fight with quantity against quality. They sensed a large chakra being gathered and a very loud noise could be heard in the entire corridor. These walls must hold or we are dead, thought Fu worriedly. Yasaka no Magatama. There was huge explosion and the entire corridor was blinded in its light. There were several explosions and Fu and Torun could hear their numerous earth walls collapsing and getting destroyed one after the another rapidly. They could hear the explosion coming their way. The temperature was increasing with every millisecond and soon they saw a light approaching their position. They both knew they had just used a major portion of their chakra to form the defensive walls. They both looked back and saw their men too had anxious looks in their eyes. Some were calm and looked as if they were ready to die and had made their peace. Both the captains looked at each other and gave a firm nod. If we are going down, we shall be beside our men till the end, thought both of them at the same time. Both the captains were quite shocked when 20 Root Anbu jumped in front of them. Fu could sense they had gathered every last bit of chakra they had. Doden Doryuheki, Earth Release. Mud Wall Jutsu. A strong earth wall was formed in front of both the captains and as soon as it was formed a great explosion occurred. The force was such that both Fu and Torun along with majority of the Anbu forces crashed several meters back with a sickening thud. The entire corridor was covered in smoke and the only thing that remained was the buzzing noise in every Root Anbu's ears. Fu's head was badly injured and blood was leaking from it. He looked around for his best friend Torun and found him a few meters away. He immediately rushed towards him and saw him crushed under a few small debris. He checked his pulse and found that Torun was alive but was unconscious. He looked around and saw many of the Root Anbu were now unconscious while some were trying to get back on their feet but were miserably failing in their attempt. Suddenly Fu remembered those 20 Anbu that had gotten in between them and the attack. He looked around and saw many bodies in front of him at some distance. He ran towards that position and to his utmost horror, all of the 20 men were dead. Their bodies were badly burned and Fu could see third-degree burns on their entire bodies. Fu dropped his head and gave a short bow to his deceased comrades who had willingly sacrificed their lives to save the others and him. The dust started to clear and to Fu's surprise there stood Naruto with his humanoid monster. He was without a scratch on his body. How could he not be injured at all? Thought Fu frustratingly. Naruto looked at the devastating corridor in front of him and all the dead bodies of the now deceased Root members. Ah, this does bring back memories, said Kurama with a dark chuckle. Are you FC ked up in the head? Asked Naruto in confusion. Says the one who is the most mad person in this world, retorted Kurama quickly. Okay. Geez, don't get your panties wet just yet, said Naruto with a smirk. You yelled Kurama, but Naruto cut the connection off. In truth, he never was in any mood to laugh, or to joke. He felt sick, twisted, all the dead bodies and all the horrors that were in front of him were breaking his heart. He just was trying to divert his mind from all the guilt that had built up in his heart. He just felt like committing suicide, but there was no peace for people like him. His time had just not come yet. He had to endure all this pain. This was the path of a true shinobi. But still, he was the one who had done all this. He had brought hell on earth. He was the Sharingan devil of Konoha. Another person landed right beside him. He was panting quite heavily and there was blood all over his body. Naruto sighed in relief on seeing his friend still being alive. "You're late, Whitey-chan," teased Naruto deviously with a smirk. Sai's eyebrows twitched in annoyance. He hated when someone called him that. Naruto really was an asshole. He knew just how to piss of people. "Sorry to make you wait, dickless," said Sai with a smirk. Now it was Naruto who felt irritated, but as people always say, tit for tat. "Oh, you have no idea," said Naruto deviously. Sai edged a little away from his friend. Some very bad images had already come to his mind. "I don't think I want to know," said Sai hesitantly. Naruto just gave a nod. It was enough now. Sai nodded too. He knew what his friend was doing. He was trying to make both of them feel normal and not like murderers. They were only halfway through and the feeling of guilt was killing both of them. And why shouldn't they feel guilty? Some would say they were heroes for killing Root Anbu and saving the village. But only Sai and Naruto knew how they felt. They were not heroes. They were murderers. They were butchers. They were just sick, twisted souls in a human form. They had killed their friends, their comrades, their superiors, their teachers, and so much more. Had they killed the enemy? Yes. Were they not humans? No. They were humans too. Did killing them in the name of protecting Konoha was the right thing to do? There never was any right or just thing in this mission. All that was spilled was blood. Blood of hundreds of soldiers. The Root Anbu were not at fault. They were just twisted for the greed of one man. All this madness, all this hell, all this bloodshed. All for the sake of one mad man. Danzo. Sai's blood boiled when he thought about Danzo. Every cell in his body was burning with immeasurable passion to kill that man, to make him feel pain. To cut his body to pieces, then stitch them back and cut them all again. Sai had just killed nearly 30 to 35 of the Root forces, and the guilt and sorrow he had in his heart was killing him. He looked at Naruto. He didn't even want to think about how much suffering his friend was in. Naruto's eyes were hard and he looked as a killer shinobi, but Sai could see the sadness that was hidden behind his Sharingan eyes. His friend was broken, dead. The only thing that was keeping him going was just his sheer will. Sai knew Naruto was a kind and gentle person, and for him to do such things, he must have really sealed away all his feelings. In the end, both of them were just sacrificial pawns in a world full of lies and deception. "What took you so long?" asked Naruto silently. Sai just looked at his friend sadly. Flashback. He jumped at the Anbu on his right and tried to stab him with his tanto. Sai's opponent was very quick, and before Sai could realize, he was given a large gash that tore a major portion of his uniform and drops of blood started flowing from his now wounded chest. He looked closely and now he could see flow of chakra in his opponent's sword. Before Sai could react further, he suddenly felt something cold pierce his chest. He looked down and saw two swords sticking out of his chest. He looked back and saw another Anbu had pierced his chest from behind, while the one in front of him had stabbed him straight through his heart. It was over. Both the Root Anbu were shell-shocked when both of them felt something cold pierce their chest. They looked down and saw two identical tanto had pierced their heart. In their last moment they tried to look at the enemy they had just killed. And to their utmost horror, the person they had stabbed bursted into ink. Sumi Bunshin. These were the last thoughts of both the Root Anbu before they dropped dead on the floor. Their bodies were lifeless, their heart was shattered to pieces, and their eyes were now dead. The real Sai and his clone slowly stepped out of the shadows. All this time the Root were fighting his clone, and when the time was right, Sai had struck and killed his enemies. Sai's Bunshin was quite surprised when Sai gave a curt bow to the deceased two Root Anbu. The only explanation that the clone got from his caster were just 6 words, but the message was clear. Even the dead deserve some respect, said Sai sadly. Sai's ink clone just gave a small nod indicating that he understood his original. They both were interrupted from their thoughts when they heard Silent Foot's TPES coming their way. Sai looked at his clone quite tiredly. This wasn't going to be easy. Flashback end. Naruto just looked at his friend sadly. He didn't need any more explanation from Sai, he understood the message clearly when he saw Sai dropping his head in shame. I see, thought Naruto tiredly. Both the teenage boys now looked towards their enemy who were now standing together. Well, only half of them were in any fighting condition, while the rest were barely standing on their feet. Gah! Sai was shocked when Naruto dropped to his knees and coughed up a lot of blood from his mouth. Are you injured? Asked Sai worriedly. Pant. I'm fine, said Naruto with a ragged breath. You don't look fine. You look like shit, said Sai heatedly. So do you, said Naruto tiredly. Not yet, thought Naruto tiredly. Naruto shakily got up. His Susanoo was trying to maintain its form but was shaking badly. I said not yet, yelled Naruto angrily. To Sai's amazement, the Susanoo that was shaking started to grow again and now something strange started to form in its left hand. Sai, stay back. Things are going to get very ugly now, said Naruto tiredly as he saw the remaining root forces ready to charge at them. But, said Sai in protest. That's an order. I'm your captain and I'm ordering you to stay back, yelled Naruto loudly. Whatever protest Sai was going to raise died in his throat when he saw how fierce and serious Naruto was about his order. Naruto was his captain and Sai knew he had to obey his orders at any cost. Hi, said Sai defeatedly. Charge. Sai heard Fu's voice across the corridor and his eyes widened in shock when he saw Fu charging towards them with 90 to 95 of his remaining Anbu forces. Almost all of the Anbu were going through their specific hand seals. This was going to get very ugly. Naruto soon jumped in front of Sai, his Susanoo flared heavily and soon something round started to form in its left hand. Futen Daitapa, Wind Release. Great Breakthrough Jutsu. Futen Suido no Tatsumaki, Wind Release. Tornado Tunnel Jutsu. Futen Repusho, Wind Release. Gale Wind Palm Jutsu. Futen Kazakiri, Wind Release. Wind Cutter Jutsu. Futen Saraisu no Tatsumaki, Wind Release. Slicing Tornado Jutsu. Futen Kaden Shuriken, Wind Release. Rotating Shuriken Jutsu. Futen Juausigan, Wind Release. Gravity Force Jutsu. Futen Atsugai, Wind Release. Pressure Damage Jutsu. Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu, Fire Style. Fireball Jutsu. Doden Doryuden, Earth Release. Mud Dragon Projectile Jutsu. Doden Ishihasha, Earth Release. Stone Catapult Jutsu. Sweden. Mizorupa, Water Style. Violent Water Wave. Sweden. Suiryuden no Jutsu, Water Style. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Kawara Shuriken, Tile Shuriken. Kaden Hosenka no Jutsu, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Raiden Rakurai no Jutsu, Lightning Release. Thunderbolt Jutsu. Sai's eyes widened in shock and fear when he saw an entire sea of elemental ninjutsu attacks heading towards them. Now he knew why Anbu were not to be taken lightly. He doubted even Naruto's Susanoo could bear so many attacks at the same time. He could see even Naruto was shocked on seeing so many attacks ready to kill them, but he didn't back down. The attacks were heading closer and Sai's entire life flashed in front of his eyes. His waking up in a house, meeting Danzo, meeting Naruto and Shin, their training, their pain, their joy and everything else all up till now. He closed his eyes and accepted his death. This is it, thought Sai calmly. The attacks were heading closer and Sai could hear the sound of the jutsu within a few feet from them. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, boom. There was such a violent noise in the entire base that was unbearable. Walls started collapsing. The ceiling, which was burning with black flames, collapsed in some areas and fell on some of the unlucky root Anbu and burned their bodies to nothing. Smoke and dust was everywhere. Violent coughing could be heard in the entire base, and there was a very bad sound that was buzzing in everyone's ears. It was as if they were hit by a grenade right beside their ears. Am I dead now? Thought Sai slowly. He opened his eyes and could see dust everywhere around him. As this hell? Thought Sai in confusion. He was brought out of his thoughts when slowly the dust and smoke started to clear. Sai could clearly see the roof was almost blown to pieces and the moon could be seen in the sky now. Bad cracking noises could be heard from the walls indicating they were badly damaged. But what Sai saw next shocked him. Naruto stood in front of him. His shoulders were slumped but he was still standing. But Sai could clearly see the pool of blood that was dropping from his mouth, but the most shocking thing was that there was some sort of shield that Naruto's Susanoo was holding. It was completely orange in color. Naruto soon dropped on his knees again and coughed up blood again. His Susanoo lost some of its structure but the sword in its right hand and the shield in the left hand still remained. Sai immediately rushed towards his close friend. He could clearly see Naruto's skin was burning due to his Susanoo but the Kyuubi's chakra was healing them at the same time. Sai couldn't even imagine how much horrible pain Naruto was feeling right now. Naruto, said Sai worriedly. There were black markings all over Naruto's body. Sai put a hand on Naruto's chest and he realized these markings were severely harming his body. Stop this, Kurama, it burns, said Naruto sickly. This is some sort of curse mark, but this is, said Kurama in shock. He couldn't even believe what he just found. This is not Danzo's regular curse mark. This is, said Naruto but was cut off as he coughed up more blood. There is her chakra that is keeping this mark alive and is destroying your cells at a very alarming rate, you little shit, said Kurama angrily. Cough, cough, cough. Naruto continuously kept coughing up more blood. Sai had already taken guard position in front of him in order to protect him. Fortunately the smoke and dust was still there so the root Anbu were not attacking. For now. What is going on here, Naruto? Demanded Kurama angrily. This cough mission. Cough. Was never just about stopping cough. Root, said Naruto and vomited a lot of blood again. I realize that. What are you hiding, Naruto? Asked Kurama furiously. This is Operation Ghost, said Naruto tiredly. What is this mission? I have never understood why you think you will be known as a traitor for stopping these idiots. You would become a FC King hero for saving this pathetic village, said Kurama in confusion. Said Naruto stubbornly. So you will not tell me? Asked Kurama tiredly. Naruto just remained silent and was trying to wipe the blood that was coming from his mouth. Just stop this pain, Kurama, please, begged Naruto. His body was tearing itself from inside. He didn't know how he got this mark. It must be some sort of last resort Danzo would have put to stop him if he ever went rogue. I'll stop it for now. But I can't keep it under control forever. It has her chakra, explained Kurama briefly. I know, said Naruto silently. Do you know whose chakra this is? One that even I am helpless against. Asked Kurama suspiciously. He had a very bad feeling about this. Yes, said Naruto truthfully. Who is it? Asked Kurama, but something told him that Naruto already knew about this. There were certain times when Naruto completely used to block Kurama. Kurama felt suspicious but he believed Naruto wanted some personal space so he didn't ask any questions. Now he regretted that. So many questions were rising in the Biju's mind, and the only one who knew the truth was Naruto. Naruto always was a very mysterious person. Kurama had not seen such a man since the Rakuto Sennin. Naruto always believed in shouldering everything alone. He didn't share anything even with his close friends and not even Kurama. It was as if he didn't trust other people. Kurama could understand that because Naruto had a very troubled early childhood and many people mistreated him. Those traumas had changed him and the effects could clearly be seen now. Kurama always had a nagging feeling that things weren't what they seemed. Something really fishy was going on in Naruto's life. The boy was a puzzle and no one seemed to figure him out. He was unpredictable. This mission was the most fishy thing that had happened in Naruto's life. Kurama really didn't understand how Naruto would be known as a traitor or a murderer when he was stopping a civil war. He would become the greatest hero of Konoha, even a much bigger hero than his own father. Worst of all, why was he leaving the village? He had asked Naruto about it so many times but the boy never gave him any answer. He would just divert the topic. Kurama had tried numerous times but then he had lost hope and had given up. What was this mystery? What was the real truth? Was Naruto really a hero or a monster in hiding? So many questions and no answers in sight. Kurama's head exploded in anger. He couldn't bear this anymore. He would get his answers now. Answer me, human, yelled Kurama angrily at the top of her lungs. Naruto just stood calm. He could feel the cool breeze that was touching his body. He could hazily see Sai standing guard and telling him to stay awake and get up quickly. His vomiting had stopped for now. But it was time for some answers. He took in a deep breath to reveal the most shocking truth of his life. Kushina Uzumaki. Chapter 17. The Dark Truth. In a dark room sat one man in a small chair. He sat there all alone in the darkness of the office. He couldn't sleep. He was restless, anxious, worried. He was none other than Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage of Konoha and the god of shinobi. Huh, what an undeserving title. This was the worst night of his life. This night was even more brutal than the Kyuubi's attack 15 years ago. That day they had fought against a Biju together. But tonight, blood was being spilled in Konoha. It was the blood of its own shinobi. It was not being attacked, but instead two of their loyal shinobi were killing their own comrades. A tired sigh escaped from Hiruzen's lips. He felt rotten. He was ashamed of himself. He just wanted to go back in time and tell his sensei he didn't want to be a Hokage. When he had become a Hokage, he had sworn to protect Konoha, but even he was a human in the end, and the mission that his surrogate grandson and his comrade were performing on his orders was the biggest and the most dangerous Black Ops operation in the history of Konoha. It was the first SS rank mission ever in the history of the Hidden Leaf Village. A cold shiver ran down Hiruzen's old body when he tried to think about what Naruto was going through right now. That boy was killing his own friends, his teachers, his superiors, and his own brothers in arms. A tear rolled down Hiruzen's old wrinkled face as he knew this was just the beginning of Naruto's suffering. There was so much pain ahead for the blonde boy that it broke Hiruzen's heart. He was furious at Danzo. He was the one who had done all this. But a part of Hiruzen blamed himself too. He was the one who had tolerated Danzo and his actions in the past, and now he was paying the price for it. The road to hell was paved with good intentions. Today Danzo would meet his end along with his root forces. Hiruzen was sure about it that Naruto would succeed, but he was also worried at the same time. He had entrusted everything to the boy alone and he never hesitated. He was doing all of this considering it his mission to protect the Hidden Leaf Village. Hiruzen knew he could just cover up this entire mission, but he needed a sacrificial lamb. Operation Ghost. A suicidal mission with little to no chance of making back alive, but in order to protect Konoha from its real enemies, Naruto will be branded as a traitor. This was a very dirty game which Hiruzen knew he was playing. He was gambling with Naruto and Sai's life on the line. He still remembered the last meeting he had with Naruto. Flashback. A few hours ago. Hiruzen stood in his office. He was in his Hokage robes. It was very late, but tonight was very crucial and the survival of Konoha was on the line. Beside him stood his Anbu commander in his uniform. The man was stoic as usual and was standing in attention. In front of him was his youngest Anbu captain and surrogate grandson Naruto. He was in his battle gear and his face was covered by his Falcon Anbu mask. Hiruzen couldn't see how Naruto was doing as his feelings were hidden behind his mask. But one thing Hiruzen could clearly see was the look in Naruto's eyes. They were dead and were not having a shred of feeling in them. Falcon, are you and your comrade ready for the mission? Asked the Anbu commander sternly. Hi, Taiko, said Naruto seriously. The Anbu commander then motioned Hiruzen to further continue the briefing. Hiruzen gave a nod, but instead of just standing in his place, he went forward and now stood in front of Naruto. He put a hand on the young boy's shoulders in order to give him some comfort. But Naruto's body was cold and stiff as a machine, his heartbeat was calm. It was as if he had made his peace. You are the commander of this Operation Falcon. As planned, you will silence the enemy tonight once and for all, instructed Hiruzen in a calm voice. Understood, said Naruto curtly. But you and I both know that the real enemies are out there and we need to find and destroy them. You know what I mean, said Hiruzen curtly, and Naruto nodded. The contents of his mission were a top secret which no one was entitled to know. This was the only reason that he and Sai were executing Operation Ghost alone. The less people that knew about it, the better. Even though the Anbu were trusted soldiers of the Hokage, but there were reports of many spies entering their Black Ops forces. They didn't know who was a friend or who was foe. They were in total darkness here and the only ones they could trust was themselves. As of tonight, you will be branded as AS rank Nuke Nin and one of the biggest traitors of this village along with your comrade Sai Sato, said Hiruzen firmly. His voice was harsh but he knew this was necessary for the greater good. If you get caught, or if any of the details of this mission are leaked, we will deny any acquaintance with you and will disavow you and your actions. Is that clear? Asked Hiruzen strictly. Yes, Hokage-sama, said Naruto firmly. You will infiltrate behind enemy lines, you are the only ones who can do this. Find out the truth and report everything you can. The survival of Konoha depends on you boys. There are dark times ahead and the only ones I can trust is you, said Hiruzen sadly. I will not let you down, Hokage-sama. I promise that even at the cost of my life I will do my duty, said Naruto honestly. Hiruzen embraced Naruto in a warm hug. Words couldn't describe how broken his old heart was. This might be the last time he would be seeing Naruto. He had watched the boy grow up, how he had become strong, his love for his precious people, and now this. He wished none of this to happen ever again. Naruto didn't return the hug at first and just stood motionless, but after a few moments his feelings started to surface. He knew he may never make it back alive from this mission and this might be the last time he would be seeing his Gigi. He gently embraced his surrogate grandfather. A lone tear slipped from his eyes but it was never seen by anyone in the room due to his Anbu mask. Both the men broke the hug after a few moments. It was time for goodbye. Do you have any last wishes? Asked the Anbu commander silently. Somehow his voice was not harsh this time but was calm and a little sad. I have one, said Naruto firmly. Speak freely, said Hiruzen kindly. I want you to spare one root Anbu, said Naruto hesitantly. It was as if he feared the worst. Impossible. No one is going to be spared. These are your clear orders, said the Anbu commander harshly. His voice had a little anger in it now. Hiruzen didn't lash out on Naruto. In all these years he knew the boy didn't ask for anything without a reason. Who is this person? Asked Hiruzen calmly. Hokage-sama, said the Anbu commander in protest but froze in fear when Hiruzen leaked a lot of ki and gave a cold look to him. Silence, wolf, said Hiruzen loudly. The Anbu commander immediately shut his mouth. If the Hokage wanted to do something then he had no authority of raising any kind of protest. Her name is Rei, said Naruto calmly. Hiruzen was quite surprised when Naruto mentioned a female's name. What was going on? Why do you want to spare her? What is she to you? Asked Hiruzen suspiciously. She is, said Naruto sadly. Go on, said Hiruzen kindly. I cannot tell you now, Gigi. You'll understand everything when you see her, said Naruto in a begging voice. Is she willingly taking part in Danzo's mission? Asked Hiruzen seriously. Yes, but she is innocent. Please, I beg you just spare her, Gigi, said Naruto sadly and dropped on his knees. Hiruzen was now really shocked. Naruto never begged for anything. What was this person to him that he was begging to save her? You are free to spare her life, said Hiruzen seriously after a few moments. Naruto's face immediately lit up in surprise and happiness. This was the first time Hiruzen could see some happiness on the teenage boy's face tonight. Thank you, said Naruto gratefully and gave a short bow. But she will be interrogated first and put under strict supervision by the Anbu Black Ops. I do trust you but until I can see for myself I cannot trust this girl, said Hiruzen firmly. I understand, said Naruto calmly. Naruto then got up and gave one last salute to Hiruzen and the Anbu commander. He then turned around and got ready to leave. Lots of feelings were running through Hiruzen's heart. Gigi, protect Rei. If anything happens to her, said Naruto dangerously. Falcon, said the Anbu commander sternly. I will unleash the nine-tailed fox on this village, said Naruto darkly and looked at both Hiruzen and the Anbu commander with his Mangekyo sharingan. Is that a threat, soldier? Asked the Anbu commander sternly. His hands were already on his sword and he was ready to kill Naruto if necessary. Naruto turned around and told 4 words that further shocked Hiruzen and the Anbu commander. This is a promise, said Naruto darkly and vanished with a shunshin. Hiruzen and the Anbu commander just stood there in shock. They were walking on thin ice now. Flashback end. Hiruzen just didn't understand why was this girl so important to Naruto. That boy was willing to kill everyone but her. What was she to him? Was she his friend? Did Naruto love that girl? So many possibilities and no answers in sight. But Hiruzen knew he just wanted one thing. Please come back alive. Kushina Uzumaki. Kurama was shocked, his eyes were wide as saucers. Had he heard it right? What has she got to do with any of this mess? Asked Kurama irritatingly. It's her chakra that is powering this curse mark. Danzo's normal curse seal which everyone in route has cannot be applied to me because of you being sealed in me. And there were only 2 person in history who could keep you sealed with just the power of their chakra. Explained Naruto briefly. Mito Uzumaki and Kushina Uzumaki. Said Kurama silently, some things were starting to get clear in his mind. Yes, those 2 women had such strong chakra that even you were helpless. Gigi told me about this, and even though I am their descendant I don't have such powerful chakra like theirs. The only thing that is holding you in me is my father's seal which he made with the help of the Shinigami. Said Naruto calmly. But both Mito and Kushina are dead. I watched both of them die in front of my eyes. Argued Kurama in confusion. Yes, they are dead. Said Naruto sadly. Then how does Danzo possess Kushina's chakra? Asked Kurama curiously. I don't know. When I interrogated Torun in my genjutsu I came to know that in the past Danzo did something with my mother. You remember our talk with Kaharu? Asked Naruto seriously. That old bat you killed. What has she got to do with this? Asked Kurama seriously. She mentioned that Danzo had a secret base in the village which only he and Orochimaru knew about. Knowing Orochimaru and his twisted experiments he must have helped Danzo in making this type of curse seal. But I don't know when Danzo put this curse seal on me. Said Naruto in confusion. But how come those bastards get your mother's chakra if she was dead? Asked Kurama angrily. Sigh, you forgot Kurama. Jinchuriki are not normal humans, their bodies are different. Even after their deaths their chakra network remains active for a few months. It's just like the human brain, whenever a person dies the brain remains alive for a few months and runs on the little energy that it has in its nodes. Jinchuriki's chakra network is the same. The Uzumaki clan possessed a very strong chakra as they were related to the Senju and were the direct descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. Explained Naruto in detail. I see, now it all makes sense. That Uchiha tablet you read was indeed very helpful. The sage really left his legacy behind. Said Kurama seriously. Indeed. Said Naruto firmly. A small smile came on Naruto's face as he remembered the things he had found when he had read that ancient tablet. He had found a solution to cure his blindness. Now he just had to be patient and wait for the right time to gather his resources. Before embarking on this mission he had found out about every truth of his life. Hiruzen had told him all about his ancestry. Words couldn't describe how shocked Naruto was when he realized he was the great-grandnephew of Uchiha Madara. The man was a legend and was the most powerful Uchiha in history. He was totally surprised that his father Namikaze Minato was an Uchiha, even Kurama was shocked. Though the Biju was furious when the truth came out and didn't talk with Naruto for weeks. But with time he calmed down and understood that Naruto was not like Madara but just was related to him. It was not his fault. Kurama, how was my mother able to control your power? You are the strongest Biju in this world, your power is a Masorbale. How can she just hold you down without the Reaper death seal of the Shinigami? Asked Naruto in confusion. It's because her chakra was poisonous. Said Kurama sagely. Poisonous? Asked Naruto in confusion. Kushina was one of a kind. She was able to hold me down with the help of her chakra chains primarily. Explained Kurama. Chakra chains? Asked Naruto curiously. Yes, they were the strongest types of chains that got power from her chakra and her life force. She did have a seal too, but I was helpless against the power of her chakra chains. Said Kurama bitterly as he didn't like when someone overpowered him. But your chakra is so powerful. Argued Naruto. It is, but Kushina and Mito's chakra destroyed my chakra in small proportions. Kushina's chakra chains were like acid, they burned my energy and if I tried to move they would slice my skin off like acid. They had extraordinary power. Also a Jinchuriki's chakra is harmful to another Jinchuriki and it seems that Danzo knew this. Explained Kurama briefly. So he somehow utilized my mother's chakra to empower his curse seal and increase its strength. My mother's chakra destroyed your chakra, and it seems Danzo curse seal's mechanism destroys my cells, which can ultimately lead to my death. The more I use your chakra, the more my cells burn. In a way, he has restrained me from using much of your power, said Naruto bitterly. You got the hang of it. You didn't think that he would trust you to be loyal to him, did you? Asked Kurama sarcastically. No, that man may be a lunatic, but he knows people better. So this was also one of his counter plans to stop me if I betrayed him, said Naruto analytically. One of? Asked Kurama in confusion. Yes, said Naruto angrily. Does it have something to do with that girl? What was her name, Rei? Asked Kurama curiously. Yes, I had asked Sai to find out about the base that Danzo and Orochimaru had used in the past, said Naruto seriously. And? Asked Kurama anxiously. He did find the base. It was right beneath the Naka River, said Naruto, shocking Kurama. An underground base in a river. It must have been very costly and dangerous to make such a base. What did they want to do in it? Asked Kurama anxiously. Sai found the truth, said Naruto darkly. The truth? Asked Kurama confusedly. Danzo created my replacement, said Naruto, shocking Kurama to the core. You don't mean, said Kurama hesitantly. He couldn't believe what he just found out. Yes, said Naruto sadly. I'm sorry, Naruto, said Kurama sadly for the first time in his existence. Now you understand why I cannot kill her, said Naruto with deep regret in his voice. Did Danzo use? Asked Kurama slowly. Yes, it is exactly what you think it is, said Naruto angrily. I see, said Kurama silently. He created someone whom I can never kill. And if my life is an example, she must be very strong. That bastard, he made me kill my brother, my friends, my teachers, my comrades, and now this atrocity. I swear it on my life, Kurama, I'll kill that bastard even if it costs me my life, said Naruto darkly. We will kill him tonight. I, Kurama, promise you to get your vengeance tonight, said Kurama with determination. Naruto slowly got up. He was in pain, but his will to fight, his will to kill Danzo was stronger than ever. Naruto. They are coming, said Sai seriously. The smoke started to clear and there stood in front of Sai and Naruto the entire Root Anbu force. There were approximately 200 of them left and all of them were ready to kill. Fu and Torun were in the front and were leading the forces. Sai and Naruto looked at each other, both the boys nodded. This was it, this was their final fight with Root, one which they will not lose at any cost. Let's do this, Sai, said Naruto fiercely. The Root Anbu started charging towards them at great speed. The key went of the roof. The tension increased. The heartbeats became faster. The sound of footsteps on the ground was getting louder with each passing moment. Naruto's Mangekyo Sharingan flared dangerously and his chakra went of the charts. The pain didn't matter. He was fearless. He was ruthless. He would not fail. He would not stop. Get ready for my final Susanoo, yelled Naruto loudly. Naruto Uchiha's quest for vengeance had begun. Chapter 18. Danzo's counter-attack. The ground shook violently as the shape of Naruto's Susanoo started to change. It started to grow very large in size, its skeleton structure solidified and was now covered in armor. Its head was also covered by a shining black armor, and the Sharingan-looking eyes of the Susanoo flashed dangerously. Naruto was barely able to suppress the scream in his throat. The curse seal was destroying him from the inside. He had to use Kurama's chakra for his Susanoo, but the pain was unbearable. It was as if he was being burned alive. Sai sensed Naruto's pain. He also saw the Anbu rushing towards them. It will take him a few more moments to complete his jutsu, thought Sai seriously. Sumi Bunshin no Jutsu, Ink Shadow Clone. Sai immediately created 10 identical ink clones who were ready to fight with the enemy. Everyone, engage the enemy and hold them off, as long as possible, commanded Sai strictly. All the ink clones silently nodded, they unsheathed their tanto, and charged towards the enemy. Defensive formation, yelled one of Sai's ink clones. All the clones knew that fighting head-on with such a huge force was suicide. As a result, they were trying their best to stall the enemy, and give Naruto some time. Doden Doryuheki, Earth Release. Mud wall jutsu. All the clones formed a large mud wall in order to stop the advancing enemy forces. The clones then immediately took out something from their pouches, and attached it to their bodies. The mud wall was shattered to pieces in a few seconds and several Anbu jumped at the ink clones with a murderous ki. Katsu. The original Sai immediately performed the ram seal and detonated his ink clones. The ink clones had attached explosive tags on their bodies on Sai's command. The impact was instantaneous, the clones were blown to pieces along with several of the root Anbu. Many root Anbu were badly injured, again dust covered the entire corridor. Sai could feel the root forces had stopped, they must be checking for any further traps, and they're injured. Sai heard a thud behind him, and when he looked back his eyes widened in shock. Naruto was lying flat on the ground, there was a pool of blood all around him, and Sai knew that it must be Naruto's own blood. His entire body was covered in black marks. Naruto's eyes were barely open, and he was panting roughly. The curse seal, thought Sai angrily. He rushed towards his friend and picked him up. Naruto's entire body was burning very badly. He immediately coughed up blood again. Naruto, let me talk with your friend, said Kurama urgently. Naruto just nodded, he could barely keep himself awake. If this curse seal continued like this, then he would be dead in a few minutes. Sai was quite surprised when Naruto's Mangekyo Sharingan became slit. Sai, was your name? Asked the new Naruto. Sai was quite surprised with this new voice, what was happening to his new friend. Who are you? Asked Sai warily. I'm the Kyuubi, said the new Naruto. Sai's eyes widened when he realized he was talking to the strongest Biju in the world. Listen to me carefully, someone is triggering this curse seal. It is destroying Naruto from the inside, said new Naruto bitterly. Can't you do something about it? Asked Sai worriedly. No, in this situation I cannot do anything. You must find the caster of this seal, and finish him off, said new Naruto seriously. Sai's eyes hardened and his entire body was shaking badly. He was pissed. You are telling me to leave him here, against so many enemy. Are you out of your FCKING mind? Yelled Sai angrily. I know this is harsh, said the new Naruto but was cut off. I won't leave him, not in a situation like this. He'll die, said Sai angrily. He's dead either way, do you know how badly his body is destroyed from the inside? If this continues, he'll die in a few minutes, said the new Naruto sternly. But, said Sai in protest but stopped. Sai, just go. Find Danzo. He is the one who is doing this, said Naruto tiredly. Sai looked at his dying friend, he calculated all the odds. If he stayed here and protected Naruto from Root, he would stay alive for a few minutes, but the curse seal would kill him. But if he went in search of Danzo, then he would be leaving Naruto all alone in front of an overwhelming enemy force. He was FCK'd. Sai, I can still fight, said Naruto a little harshly. He slowly started getting up. Sai caught his shoulders and helped him stand up. Are you sure? Asked Sai in a concerned voice. The mission comes first. Both of us know Sai, we are not going to make it back alive. In order to fulfill the next objective of Operation Ghost, we must finish Danzo and his army. I'll hold them off, find Danzo and kill him, said Naruto seriously. Understood, said Sai sadly. He was quite surprised when Naruto grabbed his shoulders and brought him close to his face. Sai was now directly staring into Naruto's Mangekyo Sharingan. He heard Naruto speak some words. What was going on? What was Naruto doing? Naruto sensed his friend's confusion. He put a hand on his friend's shoulders and spoke in a soft voice. Relax, I didn't do anything harmful to you. I gave you some of my power, one that would help you in your objective and protect the hidden leaf, explained Naruto simply. I see, I'll be going now, said Sai and turned around. Take care of yourself. I'm counting on you, said Naruto in a kind voice. Don't die on me, or else I'll drag you back from hell and kill you again myself, said Sai with a smirk. Naruto chuckled a little and gave one last hug to his friend. For Konoha. Both the friends parted. Sai rushed towards another direction in order to find Danzo. He knew he had to stop him, or else his friend was dead. He wouldn't fail, no matter what. In the meanwhile, smoke started clearing and Naruto could see the entire root Anbu forces getting ready. This isn't going to be easy, sighed Naruto. Indeed, without your Susanoo, you are at a great disadvantage. And you cannot even use my chakra, so your wounds won't heal, and the curse seal is indeed destroying your cells. I thought it has slowed down since you have stopped using my power, said Kurama angrily. Are you trying to make me more depressed? Asked Naruto sarcastically. Shut the FCK up, you little shit, yelled Kurama angrily. Troublesome. With sigh, he rushed through the dark corridors. Where was he supposed to go? He wasn't a censor like his friend. Should he go left or right? He didn't know which direction was right, every wall looked the same. It was like a FC King maze. Sai gave a frustrated sigh, he couldn't even use his ink animals for scouting. He had to preserve his chakra in order to kill Danzo. He knew that he was not strong enough to kill Danzo, but they were out of options. The mission was getting worse with each passing moment, and the odds were definitely not in their favor. Sai gripped his Tonto more tightly, he didn't even want to think about the situation if Danzo unleashed her. Rei was the only one whom Naruto could never kill. Sai knew Naruto would rather die than kill his own flesh and blood. He wouldn't kill his own daughter, no matter what. Not for Konoha, or not for anything in the world. Sai sensed some disturbing energy to his right, he looked in the direction and his eyes widened when he saw his target. Found you. With Naruto. Naruto stared at the root forces, they were glaring at him murderously. He could see they were seeing him as a traitor, and it didn't bother him at all. Because he was a traitor of root. He sensed something that sent shivers down his spine. He used his sensor abilities again, and his eyes widened in fear. His body started shaking badly, he couldn't believe what he just found. Naruto. What's happening? Asked Kurama worriedly. He couldn't believe Naruto Uchiha was covering in fear. That boy wasn't scared on taking up a suicide mission, nor was he scared when he fought with hundreds of Anbu special forces on his own. He didn't back down, even in the face of death. But why was he in fear now? His entire body was shivering. She's here, said Naruto dreadfully. Kurama's eyes widened in shock, was it really true? Naruto, steel yourself. You must fight, advised Kurama sadly. My daughter's in the enemy forces, you idiot, yelled Naruto in his mind. Then be careful, not to kill her, said Kurama tiredly. Naruto steeled himself, he had to do this. He had to rescue his daughter. A lot of emotions were going through his mind. He was going to meet his daughter, his own flesh and blood. Words couldn't describe how happy he felt, it was always his dream to have a family one day. But since this mission came in his life, that dream was shattered. But now everything had changed, even though Danzo had committed an atrocity, something good came out of it. Naruto now had a reason to live, a reason to come back alive. Even Kurama had felt Naruto's desire to live come back again, when he found he had a daughter. Naruto didn't know whether his daughter knew him, he was scared for her. He blamed himself for her fate. She didn't deserve this. I should have been there for her, I should have given her a life full of happiness. But because of me, she lived and grew up in such a way. Kurama, I am worse than scum, said Naruto sadly and tears dropped from his eyes. It wasn't your fault, you didn't know she was born. I'm sure that you would have given her everything she desired, and a good life, said Kurama in a comforting voice. This doesn't change anything, it's all my fault, said Naruto regretfully. Kurama just sighed, this boy sure had a lot of guilt issues. Talking him out of it was pointless, so he decided to make the boy focus more on the battle. What are you going to do now? Asked Kurama seriously. I cannot use Susanoo at least until Sai intercepts Danzo. Even if I could use it somehow, I wouldn't, said Naruto seriously. Why is that? Asked Kurama curiously. It's because Rei is in there somewhere, these bastards are using her. I think Fu and Torun know about this, they know fighting me is dangerous. So they are limiting my attacks by using her as a shield. I cannot do any large-scale attacks like before, I don't want to kill my own daughter, said Naruto firmly. I want to ask you something, said Kurama firmly. Shoot, said Naruto, The route were now finally prepared and the attack was about to begin anytime soon. What did you do with your friend? Asked Kurama seriously. I gave him a one-time weapon. I know Sai is not strong enough to kill Danzo, said Naruto shamefully. We have sent him into a meat grinder, you know that, don't you? Asked Kurama sadly. Yes, I know there is a risk, but we are out of choices. Sai will interrupt Danzo, which will stop this curse seal. I will finish the enemy and rush towards him, after I get Rei to a secure location. Sai knows the risks too, but we are shinobi. I have taken a precautionary measure to protect my friend, but Sai is no slouch either, he is strong. I will believe in my friend, said Naruto with determination. Kurama agreed with Naruto's explanation. Then how are you going to deal with these idiots? Asked Kurama strictly. Just like old times, said Naruto with a smirk. With Sai. In a dark room, two people stood on the opposite sides. One was Sai Sato, a root Anbu who had now turned traitor along with his captain, Naruto Uchiha. Sai was looking at his enemy murderously. His opponent was none other than Danzo Shimura. The Yami no Shinobi, the man who had fought in 3 great ninja wars, the one who had protected Konoha during the Kyuubi attack too. The man was a legend and commander of a group of elite special forces. Sai wouldn't lie, he was nervous. Danzo was his former commander and teacher, he knew everything about Sai. His strength, his weakness, his skills, Danzo knew everything. And in the shinobi world, when your opponent knew everything about you, and was stronger than you, it only meant one thing. Your death was imminent. Danzo had a neutral expression on his face, it was as if he wasn't even affected by what was happening in his base. The man sure knew how to control his emotions. You are nervous, stated Danzo calmly. Sai didn't answer and instead threw a kunai laced with explosive tag at Danzo quickly. There was a loud explosion and fire started burning in the place where Danzo had stood before. Although the man was not visible at all. Where is he? Thought Sai. His danger senses kicked off and he immediately jumped high in the air. Just a moment later there was a slash. Sai looked down and he saw Danzo had tried to slice his head off with a kunai. But why was the man standing there with a calm face? Shit, thought Sai alarmingly. In the last moment, he blocked an attack from behind with the help of his Tonto, but he soon received a very hard kick on his back, which sent him crashing in the wall. Genjutsu, but when did he caught me? Thought Sai frustratingly. His left shoulder was badly injured but he could fight. For now. He looked behind and saw Danzo standing in the same place with a neutral expression on his face. You are still a failure. You have good reflexes, but you cannot defeat me, said Danzo calmly. We'll see, said Sai neutrally. It wouldn't do any good if he fell for Danzo's jabs. When did you create her? Asked Sai sternly. He would try to buy Naruto as much time as possible. So, you know, you were always a good spy, but you won't be getting any answers from me, said Danzo in an emotionless voice. Then, I'll beat it out of you, said Sai and prepared to attack. Sai jumped in the air, and launched a kunai towards Danzo at high speed. Pitiful, thought Danzo disappointingly. He was quite surprised when the kunai exploded and his vision was disrupted. Flash bomb, so he attached it within his kunai. Smart, thought Danzo analytically. Cha ya, giga, super beast imitating drawing. Danzo heard Sai's voice in the corridor, he sensed multiple enemy signatures approaching his position. He immediately took out several shuriken and threw them in different directions. The sounds of metal hitting flesh could be heard, and it was soon followed by dripping noises showing Danzo had his the targets perfectly. Now, Sai suddenly came out of the ground beneath Danzo's feet and with all his energy attacked Danzo. Danzo received a high kick on his chin, which sent him flying in the air. Sai grabbed his arm, and swinged him wildly and sent him crashing towards the ground. However, Danzo controlled his body and gracefully back-flipped and landed on the ground. A small amount of blood was leaking out of his mouth. Your ninjutsu attacks have improved. Earth-style attack huh? You used a flash bomb to disrupt my field of vision, then you distracted me with your previous attack in order to get close to hit me. Pretty impressive strategy, but not good enough, said Danzo neutrally. Are you done? Because I ain't here to listen to your bullshit, said Sai in a bored tone. Danzo didn't give any reaction to Sai's insult, He was in a fight and falling for an enemy's jabs was not a trait of a shinobi. Still trying to be loyal to your friend, tell me what did Hiruzen offer you both? Asked Danzo in an interested tone. My loyalty will always be with my friend, and the village till the end. Nothing you say would ever change that. You are a monster, you ruined so many lives. You took Shin Nisan from us, said Sai angrily. So, it's about revenge, pitiful. A true shinobi must control his emotions. You have broken the first rule of being a shinobi, by not controlling your feelings. Useless things like emotions only get in your way, said Danzo firmly. Do you really believe that bullshit? Asked Sai seriously. Yes, that is a trait of a true shinobi. A ninja must always follow the rules and regulations, something which you never did, nor your traitorous friend. You both are enemy of Konoha, and I'll finish you both, said Danzo seriously and leaked his ki. Sai gripped his tanto firmly, he would stop Danzo at all costs. He remembered everything which Naruto and Shin had done for him, the bond which they shared with each other. Nothing would ever change his feelings for his friends. You're right, in the ninja world, those who break the rules and laws are regarded as scum, said Sai with determination. Danzo looked at his former student and subordinate curiously. But, those who abandon even one of their friends are worse than scum, said Sai firmly. Danzo's eyes widened a little as it made him remember his team. Kagami, Torafu, Kaharu, Homura, his one-time friend and now rival Hiruzen, and their sensei. The bond which his team had shared in the past, his friendship with Hiruzen during his childhood. Their plays, their pranks, their pain, all of it. He had broken every bond, every friendship, he had abandoned all his friends just for this purpose. Had he done the right thing? He shook his thoughts of such trivial things. I must bring peace to this world, thought Danzo firmly. I'm scum anyway, so I'm going to choose to break the rules, if doing this somehow make me less of a true shinobi. Then I'll just crush all of your so-called real shinobi, said Sai with passion. Sai Sato would protect his friend at all costs. With Naruto, he stared at the enemies in front of him, his eyes were trying to find his daughter in the sea of enemies. He would find her at all costs. The curse seal was not harming his body, it only meant one thing. Sai had disrupted Danzo, and was now fighting with him. Hang in there, Sai, prayed Naruto. His thoughts then drifted to his innocent daughter. Naruto knew Rei was created from his cells, it was done without his consent. But that didn't change anything, he was her father. He didn't care if she was genetically engineered, a clone, or his replica. Rei Uchiha was his daughter and there was no force in the entire world that would stop him from saving her. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. Naruto formed 10 identical shadow clones that would help him in his fight against the enemy. Torun jumped in the front and weaved a set of hand signs. Dokujin no Jutsu, Poison Cloud Technique. Naruto saw a large dark purple wall coming towards him at high speed. He knew the Aburame clan specialized in hidden ninjutsu, and used their bugs as their battle partners. Naruto, these are no ordinary bugs. They are highly poisonous. Kill them now, commanded Kurama. Hi, said Naruto firmly. He nodded to his shadow clones and all of them performed their hand seals together. Futon. Shinkaha, Wind Release. Vacuum Wave. Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu, Fire Style. Fireball Jutsu. Naruto released a large fireball from his mouth, while his clones launched their powerful wind attack. Both fire and wind ninjutsu combined and formed a fiery tornado, which collided with the approaching bugs. A huge blast occurred as the attacks collided with each other. Ultimately the bugs were helpless against the combined power of the fire and wind ninjutsu. All the bugs were burned to nothing, and were reduced to ashes. The smoke cleared and Naruto barely avoided a lethal attack, however 4 of his clones were not so fortunate, and were destroyed. He looked back and was quite shocked to see a rhino had attacked him. He looked around and saw Fu had his hands placed on the ground. A summoning jutsu, thought Naruto calmly. He looked towards his remaining clones. 3 of you engage the enemy, while the rest of you follow me, commanded Naruto firmly. Hi, said all the clones in unison. Naruto and his clones jumped in the air, as the rhino destroyed the spot where they were standing with his horn. Combination B, now, Yelled Naruto quickly. Roger, said his shadow clones. With other 3 shadow clones. Fu and the rest of the Anbu rushed towards Naruto, but were stopped when 3 of his clones jumped in front of them. You'll be fighting us, said the clones in unison. Fu and Torun knew, these were not ordinary clones. They were the shadow clones of a Anbu captain class ninja, they would not go down so easily. We have to take them out quickly, thought both Fu and Torun. Attack, said both the captains, and many root Anbu charged towards the shadow clones. The clones took out their weapons and performed their jutsu. Futen Kaiden Shuriken, Wind Release. Rotating Shuriken Jutsu. Hundreds of shuriken powered with wind chakra were launched by Naruto's shadow clones at the approaching root Anbu forces. Many root Anbu tried to stop the shuriken, but they cut right through their swords, and killed several Anbu on the spot. Their bodies lifelessly fell to the ground, one after the other quickly. This isn't going to be easy, thought Torun with a sigh. With original Naruto. Naruto and his clones had now surrounded the rhino from all sides. The creature was bounded by ninja wire, and it seemed it was struggling to break free. Naruto knew he didn't have much time, so he decided to finish off the summon. He nodded to his clones and they got ready. Futen Kazakiri no Jutsu, Wind Release. Wind Cutter Jutsu. One of Naruto's clones performed his wind-style attack, and several sharp invisible blades of wind shredded the rhino's legs. The creature fell down on the ground and screamed in agony. Raiden. Shichu Shibari, Lightning Release. 4-Pillar Bind. Another clone performed his ninjutsu, and 4 pillars rose all around the rhino and started subduing it by shocking him with jolts of electricity. Raiden. Jurokuchu Shibari, Lightning Release. Binding of 16 pillars. The last clone completed his hand seals, and immediately 16 pillars formed all around the rhino, and formed a dome which trapped the creature inside. Kaiden. Suyaki no Jutsu, Fire Element. Bisque Technique. The real Naruto performed his hand seal, and inside the dome fire started burning. The rhino's screams could be heard in the entire corridor, and soon there was a puff of smoke indicating the summon must have died and returned to its world. Naruto immediately had to perform a substitution in order to save himself from getting hit by a hail of kunai and shuriken. His clones tried to fight, but the weapons were too many in numbers for them, and they were ultimately destroyed. Naruto looked around for his other shadow clone team, but he couldn't sense their chakra, which meant they were destroyed. He could also see his clones hadn't died without a fight. The bodies of 30 root Anbu lying on the ground were a proof of that. His clones had fought valiantly till the end. His eyes widened in shock when he was punched hard in the face, and sent crashing in the wall. Several debris fell on him, as the entire wall broke due to the force of his collision. Naruto coughed up a lot of blood. He could feel a few bones of his face being badly injured. He hadn't even sensed his attacker's presence, nor had he seen the attacker. That was impossible, his eyes were sharp. The dust cleared and Naruto's blurry vision could see someone standing in the darkness. It must be his attacker. It was a female. She barely looked 6 years old, but still her chakra level was off the charts. This was no ordinary root Anbu. Naruto's eyes widened in shock when he saw the girl's face. Silky blonde hair, a small face that was almost identical to Naruto's own face. The same cheeks, the same lips, the same chin, the same ears. And a hateful pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan eyes. It can't be, said Naruto in shock, his hands started trembling. So, she's finally here, said Kurama in shock. Rei Uchiha stood in front of Naruto, and was glaring hatefully at him. Naruto Uchiha, I will kill you, said Rei darkly. Chapter 19. Blood vs. Blood. Part 1. Naruto's eyes went wide, as he recognized the identity of the person in front of him. It seemed that Danzo had finally unleashed his secret weapon, the only one who was capable of stopping Naruto. Rei Uchiha, the clone daughter of Naruto, was looking at him, with hatred. Her fully matured Sharingan was looking at him murderously. Naruto's head dropped in shame. He couldn't look Rei in the eyes. He was the reason she ended up like this. Only if he had searched harder, only if he had been a lot more cautious, then this wouldn't have happened. But now, everything had changed. It was all in the past now. Naruto knew no matter how guilty he felt, he could never erase the past. If it was possible, then he would have altered a lot of things. The only thing he could do now. Was change the future. Naruto closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. He would not let his personal feelings get in the way of his mission. He had to stop and subdue Rei quickly, and take out the remaining root Anbu too. Sai's life was depending on how fast he could finish it up. I just hope that genjutsu holds, thought Naruto worriedly. Naruto quickly got up, and removed some dust from his now torn out Anbu uniform. He was still taking deep breaths, in order to calm himself down. He looked around and saw Rei was standing in front of him. Behind her was a force of 150 remaining root Anbu. It seemed the enemy had an advantage, as they had a hostage and were using her as a shield, and had great numbers too. Kurama, I cannot focus on my battle with Rei, if they keep interfering. I have lots of chakra left, and if she is truly my daughter then she would give me a tough fight. Let's even the odds, said Naruto calmly. Kurama was quite surprised that Naruto had gotten a hold on his emotions so quickly, but then again he was an Anbu captain. Are you sure? You did say that you wouldn't hurt Rei, said Kurama doubtfully. Yes, I will not kill her, but I may have to subdue her a little roughly, but before that I need to test her strength, said Naruto seriously. So, you want to test the enemy's strength before implementing your strategy. You do have a good sense of battle, said Kurama with a smirk. Naruto used his sensor ability. It seemed as if the root Anbu were low on chakra, and probably wouldn't last long. And it seemed the root Anbu knew they could not win against him, and were not attacking him. But still fighting them, along with Rei is going to be a bitch. Looks like I'll have to use my signature move, thought Naruto seriously. But before that, there was something he wanted to know. He looked at his daughter. Her ki was good but not enough to make him sweat, but the glare she was giving him was murderous. It was as if Naruto had done something bad to her. Who are you? Asked Naruto patiently. He wanted to know everything about her. It seemed to anger Rei more, as her ki increased. You bastard, you dare ask me, after what you did? Said Rei furiously. Naruto was quite surprised by this. What had he done to her? You butchered so many of our comrades. You are a traitor, a monster. Said Rei accusingly. Naruto's heart broke when he heard his daughter calling him a monster. For years, he was considered a monster by the villagers, and now even his own blood considered him the same. It seemed that this was his fate. What a sad life. I did, so what? Asked Naruto coldly. His Sharingan eyes gave a murderous look to Rei. How could you, Captain? I looked up to you. Danzo-sama told me so many things about you. But now you did all this, said Rei sadly with tears in her eyes. What did that bastard tell her? Thought Naruto curiously. You want to know why I did it? There is no point in telling you. It won't change anything. Tell me how much can you see with those Sharingan of yours? Asked Naruto mysteriously. He wanted to know what were her emotions. What would she do now? I see you dead, Captain, said Rei confidently. Naruto chuckled a bit on hearing that. His daughter sure had a lot of confidence and guts. To stand before an Anbu captain, who had just butchered so many Anbu alone, and still having the guts to kill your enemy. She is your daughter. All right, said Kurama firmly. You see me dead, huh? Well then make it a reality, said Naruto coldly. Rei's eyes hardened on hearing that, and she unsheathed her weapon. It was a very small tanto, but it had a very sharp blade, one that was more than enough to efficiently slice a man's throat. Uchiha no Hanran. Shinku Enka Uchiha Rebellion. Crimson Flame Flower. Naruto was quite shocked when Rei jumped in the air, and swinged her tanto swiftly, and several blades of fire rushed at Naruto at frightening speed. He quickly channeled chakra into his feet, and with great speed started dodging each and every blade of fire. A new Kenjutsu style, combined with fire chakra. It seems Danzo did manage to copy our clan's techniques, before they were sealed, thought Naruto in amazement. Rei continued to send several attacks towards Naruto, but he was dodging every attack. Her opponent sure had a lot of speed, but that was to be expected from an Anbu captain. Attack him! Yelled Rei loudly. On hearing her voice, immediately the root Anbu charged towards Naruto but were quite surprised, when 4 shadow clones surrounded Naruto and Rei from all sides. What is he doing? Thought Fu worriedly. Torun's eyes widened when he saw all the clones perform a quick set of hand seals. The speed at which they were performing the hand seals made it impossible for the human eye to see what they were doing. But he didn't want to take any chances, they might be preparing an attack. Torun quickly performed his own hand seals. Doden Doryuheki, Earth Release. Mud Wall Jutsu. A huge earth wall appeared in front of the root Anbu. What are you doing? Asked Fu strictly. He might be performing another fire attack, we cannot afford any more casualties, said Torun seriously. Got it, said Fu in an understanding tone. Both of them were quite shocked when they heard a shout across the wall. Shishienjin, 4 violet flames formation. Torun immediately dropped the earth wall, and everyone was shocked when they saw a purple barrier had surrounded Naruto and Rei from all sides. Attack now, before he harms the girl, said Fu alarmingly. On hearing Fu's orders, 20 Anbu immediately jumped towards the violet wall, and what happened next shocked everyone, well except Naruto, who had a calm look on his face. All the 20 Anbu that came in contact with the strange purple wall were burned to ashes. The effect was instantaneous, they didn't even get to scream before they were burned to nothing. Rei stared in horror, as 20 more of her comrades got killed in an instant. You! Screamed Rei angrily. She immediately performed her attack. Naruto's veteran eyes realized which attack she was going to perform, so he copied her attack with the same speed. Kaden. Ga-ria Ka no Jutsu, Fire Release. Great Dragon Fire Technique. Kaden. Ga-ria Ka no Jutsu, Fire Release. Great Dragon Fire Technique. Both Naruto and Rei blasted a large amount of fire chakra that took the form of a dragon. Both the fire dragons quickly collided with each other. The explosion that followed was quite huge, and smoke covered the entire area, as both the attacks cancelled each other out. Rei emerged from the smoke, and with unbelievable speed rushed towards Naruto, her Sharingan eyes bore into his Sharingan. With tremendous speed, she sliced her Tonto clean across Naruto's chest. It's over, Captain, said Rei coldly. But when she looked back, she was quite shocked when Naruto disappeared in a flock of crows. Shit, thought Rei urgently. She brought her Tonto forward quickly, and she was just barely able to block Naruto's sword with her Tonto. If she had been a second late, she would have been dead. You held back, didn't you? Asked Kurama with a smirk. Naruto didn't answer his partner, because he was busy looking at the shocked face of his daughter. Words couldn't describe how proud he felt of Rei. She was far stronger than he had imagined. She was so young, yet she was much stronger than what he was at her age. For a rookie, you are quite strong. You're a fire-style specialist, master of my clan's Kenjutsu, and have a fully matured Sharingan. Pretty impressive for someone of your age, said Naruto proudly. You don't know anything about me, said Rei frustratingly, and tried to push Naruto back. But it seemed he was physically more stronger than her, because he wasn't even moving an inch. But you have a quick temper, said Naruto playfully. He then brought his left hand forward. Rei wanted to stop his hand, but both of her hands were busy holding her Tonto, in order to block the sword that Naruto was holding in his right hand. But what happened next shocked Rei. Naruto poked her forehead with his finger gently. I'm proud of you, said Naruto with a true smile. Rei's eyes widened when she heard that. She looked closely, but Naruto was not giving her a fake smile. The expression on his face, and the look in his eyes was genuine. She immediately backflipped away, and landed a few meters away from him. But still it shocked her, when Naruto stood in front of her with the same gentle look on his face. Why is he saying this? What am I to him? Thought Rei curiously. She was not a fool. She knew if Naruto could kill so many Anbu on his own, then defeating her would not be so hard. Even though she was a prodigy, she knew he was far more stronger than her. Meanwhile, Kurama was curious. What was up with his container? Naruto, did anything happen? Asked Kurama curiously. I know all about her now. Her eyes told me everything I needed to know. Maybe my worthless life wasn't so bad, when I look at her. I just know that living this long was worth it. I don't know how to say this. When I looked at her with my Sharingan, I read her mind. All her memories, even though some things were rough, she grew up to be a far better person than me. I saw how she looked when she was a baby, her first steps. Her first word was father, said Naruto emotionally. A few tears had already emerged in his eyes. Kurama felt happy for his friend. It had been a long time since he had seen Naruto truly happy. I wish I had been there for her. When she talked, I wanted to take her to the park, watch her play, eat, dance, and live a beautiful life. But I failed her, just like every other person in my life. I am not worthy to be her father, but no matter what happens, I'll get her out of this hell. Even if it's the last thing I do, said Naruto with determination. Then let's do this, said the Biju passionately. While Naruto was talking with his Biju, Rei was going through a lot of emotional turmoil. She didn't know what this feeling was. When she looked at Naruto, she felt warmth, she felt safe. All her life, she had heard about Naruto's achievements and service to Root. He was a legend in the Root forces. Even Danzo-sama had told him that he was a powerful shinobi, he was respected by everyone. Danzo had taught her how to become a true shinobi, but whenever she heard something about Naruto, she felt eager and excited. She had lived a secluded life. From the moment she was born, she was raised in a base. There were very few people that lived with her, many of them used to train her. Danzo-sama had made sure that she would become a powerful shinobi. She still remembered the day when Danzo had told her about Naruto. Flashback. 2 years ago. Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu, Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu. A little girl with blonde hair was standing in a small room. She was wearing a small black t-shirt and white shorts. Her hair was tied up in a small ponytail. There were a few burn marks on her cheeks, but she ignored the pain and performed a set of hand seals slowly. Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu, Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu. The blonde girl blew a small fireball from her mouth. She maintained the fireball for a few seconds, but ultimately it vanished. She collapsed on her knees, and was panting heavily. You are still far from perfect, Rei-chan, said an old man stoically. Rei looked at her teacher and caretaker. He had one of his eyes covered with bandages, while he wore gray robes. He was none other than Danzo Shimura. I'll do it, Danzo-sama. I need more time, said Rei tiredly. Ever since she was little, Danzo had taken care of her. The people that lived with her had told her that they were all orphans like her, and Danzo had taken them in and took care of them. But what she didn't know that all of them were Root Anbu, who were watching her and deceiving her on Danzo's orders. Rei-chan. You should work more harder. You want to protect me, right? Asked Danzo deviously. Children were so easy to deceive, they could be molded in just the way he wanted. He would make sure that his investment won't be in waste. He had invested a fortune in making Rei, and had to give some classified information to Orochimaru in return for his services. He knew he had to make sure Rei became a true shinobi, because as soon as he became Hokage, he would use her and his army to wipe out Orochimaru. He would not afford to keep any loose ends. Naruto had been acting a little strangely, and Danzo never trusted the boy. He was too unpredictable, and Danzo did not want anyone to interrupt his plans. That was the sole reason he made the deal with Orochimaru, and created Rei. Naruto never knew that during his training in Root, he had secretly taken samples of his blood and DNA, and had preserved it. Hey, Danzo-sama, who is the strongest person, you know? Asked Rei curiously. Danzo looked at the child, for a brief moment. Her curiosity was genuine. He decided there was no harm in telling her something. There is a soldier who is protecting me. He is one of the strongest person I have ever trained. His skills are very great, said Danzo stoically. What is his name? Can you tell me please? Asked Rei in excited tone. Danzo frowned a little. The girl still had a long way to go. But he would make sure his secret weapon would be even more loyal to him than Naruto. His name is Naruto Uchiha. He is a captain in Root, of which you know I'm the leader. We are sworn to protect Konoha at all costs. Naruto is a shinobi who has excelled in every ninja arts, said Danzo neutrally. There was no doubt that Naruto was an exceptional shinobi, but he was not emotionally stable. Maybe it was because of the trauma he had suffered when he was a child. The day before Kakashi adopted him, he had been attacked. Before that day, Naruto was a cheerful kid, but after that incident, he lost his innocence. He became more serious, though he still acted a little childishly. A part of his soul had died. But before things could go down, Hiruzen had made the boy loyal to his ideals and the village. This was one of the traits Danzo had seen in many of the Uchiha. They were very depressed people, the prime examples being Naruto and Itachi. If one could say they were twins, however, Danzo was sure, Naruto was not a true shinobi like Itachi. He lacked the resolve to kill the ones closest to him, and Rei would be his biggest weakness, should he revolt. Really? Asked Rei surprisingly. Yes, he is strong. But he is evil, said Danzo deviously. Rei was shocked to hear this. How could such a brave man be evil? What are you saying? Asked a shocked Rei. Naruto has a very dark past. He was not treated properly by the villagers. As a result, he changed. He is still loyal, but there is something very dark inside him. I am scared he will try to hurt you, and all our comrades. I will protect you, even if he kills me, said Danzo, very innocently. The little girl had tears in her eyes, her Danzo-sama loved her so much. I will get stronger, and I will protect you from all enemies, and if this captain tries to harm you, I shall kill him, said Rei passionately. I'm proud of you, said Danzo and patted the little girl on the head. He would never fail, he would make sure Konoha ruled the shinobi world. He was the savior of this world. Flashback end. Rei looked at the man in front of her. She knew he had a bad life, but she could not allow this massacre to continue any further. But still, her entire life, she dreamt of surpassing him, a man she never met. But now, when she had finally met him, she realized what Danzo had said was the truth. But, why were her hands shaking? Why was she not able to bring herself to kill him? His gentle eyes, his smile, his face. She felt safe. She felt wanted, but when she looked at his blood-soaked sword, her illusion broke. Captain Naruto, I know whatever happened with you was not right, but you have to stop, said Rei pleadingly. Naruto's heart melted when he heard his daughter's innocent words. He just wanted all of this to stop, but for the greater good, for her sake, he would have to do this. I am afraid it is too late for that, Rei-chan, said Naruto sadly. I wanted to surpass you all my life. I wanted to become more stronger than you, so I could protect my comrades and Danzo-sama. You were a hero to me. Please don't let yourself be consumed by darkness, said Rei with tears in her eyes. She didn't know why, but her heart felt something for this man. There is only one way to stop me, Rei-chan, said Naruto firmly. What is it that will make you stop this madness? Asked Rei quickly. Naruto's eyes hardened and his sharingan flashed dangerously. Kill me. Rei took a step back in fear, as she heard the demonic voice of Naruto. Her hands were shaking, her body was trembling from his presence. I can't do it. I cannot kill you, said Rei hesitantly. Then I will kill you, said Naruto firmly. He then immediately took out a large number of shuriken and threw them at Rei quickly. Suddenly a couple of seals appeared on both of Rei's hands, and much to Naruto's surprise, she quickly took out many shuriken of her own. The sounds of metal clashing with each other could be heard in the entire corridor. Naruto and Rei seemed to be at par, both were attacking as well as deflecting at the same time. Naruto had the advantage of experience, while Rei's matured sharingan was helping her a lot. The clash continued for a few moments, until Naruto shunshined in the air, and performed hand seals with unimaginable speed. Kaden. Hosenka, fire release. Phoenix Sage fire technique. Naruto blew a couple of medium fire balls from his mouth, and in an instant threw a couple of shurikens in the fireballs. Rei's eyes widened in shock, when she saw the attack coming towards her, and she made her defensive attack. Doden Doryuheki, earth release. Mud wall jutsu. A small earth wall immediately formed in front of Rei, and protected her as the fireballs combined with the shuriken, destroyed the entire frontal portion of the wall. So she has an earth affinity too. Interesting, thought Naruto curiously. In order to take things up a notch, he decided to break Rei's defense, and earth-style ninjutsu were weaker against water. He performed a set of hand seals quickly, and released a large amount of water from his mouth. Sweden. Mizoripa, water style. Violent water wave. A large wave of water rushed from Naruto's mouth, it clashed with the last remnant of Rei's earth wall and destroyed it entirely. But Kurama was quite shocked when Naruto's entire body was wrapped in chakra chains, that had rose from the ground. What is this? asked Naruto urgently. Despite all his efforts, the chains were holding him very tightly, they were draining his chakra, and he suddenly started feeling tired. Naruto, it looks like she has chakra chains, that your mother used to keep me at bay. You must hurry, warned Kurama but was cut off. Both Naruto and Kurama's conversation was cut short, when the ground started shaking, the walls started cracking. The entire base was rocked with violent tremors, and sounds of something erupting could be heard from the front. Her chakra is so powerful. She is amazing, thought Naruto in awe. But that astonishment soon turned into shock, when he saw Ray standing at a distance giving him a sad look. So you are not going to back down. I cannot let you harm Danzo-sama. Forgive me, Naruto Taiko, said Ray sadly. Screamed Naruto in pain, as the chains started crushing his body. This is the end of your suffering. Naruto Taiko, yelled Ray firmly. She then clasped her hands together and gave a loud battle cry. Kurama's eyes bulged out of his sockets, while Naruto couldn't believe what he was seeing, the thing in front of him. Mokuten Haijutsu. Jukai Ka Tan would release secret technique. Nativity of a World of Trees. Chapter 20. Blood vs. Blood. Part 2. Sai and Danzo stood a few meters away from each other. The entire corridor was badly damaged due to their fighting. Sai was panting heavily, his chakra was depleting very quickly, and Danzo was not showing any signs of defeat yet. He knew he had to keep Danzo engaged, because if he failed, then Danzo would activate the curse seal, and Naruto would be on the verge of death. No, he wouldn't let that happen. Sai calculated all the odds. At the very best, he would be able to hold Danzo for another few minutes, after that he was done for. But still that did not change anything. He was a shinobi, and they were meant to die in battle. He saw Danzo performing a couple of hand seals, and his danger senses kicked off. Sai performed his own set of hand seals quickly, in order to defend himself. Futon. Shinkaha, wind release. Vacuum wave. Danzo released a powerful blast of wind from its mouth. Sai couldn't see the attack but he could feel the force with which the jutsu was approaching his position. He was just able to complete his last hand seal at the last moment. Doden. Duro Dumu no Jutsu. Earth element. Earth dome prison technique. A large earth wall erupted from the ground, and entrapped Sai totally in the prison of dirt. The wind attack collided with Sai's earth dome, and with great speed cut clean through it. However, Sai was fortunate that it missed him just by an inch, or else he was dead. He looked up and saw the entire top portion of his dome was nowhere to be seen. If he had been a little more taller, then his head would surely be lying on the ground by now. FCK, that was close, thought Sai worriedly. Danzo jumped high in the air, and threw a couple of shuriken towards Sai, and made a couple of hand seals. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The few shuriken now multiplied into 50 more shuriken and were heading towards Sai, at high speed. For an instant Sai and Danzo's eyes met, and Danzo saw the shock evident on the young boy's face. It was all over for him. The shuriken attack completely nailed each and every part of Sai's body. Danzo closed his eyes, the fight was over. Looking for someone, said a voice behind Danzo. Danzo quickly brought his kunai in his hand, and at the last moment turned around and blocked a Tonto strike, that would have sliced his head off. He was shocked to see it was none other than Sai himself. He looked towards the position where he had previously seen the boy getting impaled by his shuriken attack, and was shocked to see there was nothing more than a broken earth dome there. Too late, said Sai with a smirk. He then gave a hard kick on Danzo's chest. Now the unique thing was, he had put some chakra in it, and as a result Danzo was sent sailing in the air, and he crashed in the wall with a loud bang. Sai landed roughly on the ground, his breathing was a little rough, he still couldn't believe that he was alive. But some things were starting to make more sense to him now. I have given you some of my power, it will help you in your fight against Danzo, be careful. Sai still remembered Naruto's words, so this was what his friend meant. He was grateful to Naruto. If not for him, then Danzo would have surely finished him off. Meanwhile Danzo slowly got out of the now destroyed wall, he still was unable to understand what had happened. Before launching his shuriken attack, He had looked at the boy, he had seen the look in his eyes. Sai knew he was done for. Danzo knew he was done for. He even saw his attack pierce all of Sai's vital organs. What the hell was going on? He had to find out what tricks the boy was trying to play. He had not seen Sai perform any hand seals to do a genjutsu or substitution, there was no time left for him to that. Danzo had trained the boy, he knew Sai excelled in fire and earth ninjutsu. His kenjutsu and fuinjutsu were his best weapons, but his genjutsu skills were average to say in the least. Sai practically had no talent at all for genjutsu, and only knew how to break out of it. There was something fishy going on here. Danzo was interrupted from his thoughts, when he felt Sai's ki escalate. He looked at the boy, and saw him perform the hand seal for a fire-style attack. Kaden Hosenka no Jutsu, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Sai sent several small fireballs towards Danzo at high speed. The ninjutsu attack was looking dangerous, but Danzo was already prepared for it. Danzo performed his last hand seal just as the fireballs were a few inches away from him. Doden Doryuheki, Earth Release. Mud Wall Jutsu. Danzo stood calmly in his place, as a mud wall suddenly erupted in front of him, and shielded his entire body from the fireballs. He could hear numerous fireballs colliding with the wall. The attack was strong as a few cracks had already developed in the wall, but then Danzo heard a sound that immediately made him jump away from the wall. It was the sound of a kunai hitting the earth wall. Danzo had fought in 3 great wars and as a result he knew what that kunai was. An exploding kunai, thought Danzo tactically. Just as he finished his thought, the entire wall was smashed through pieces by a powerful blast. Some debris even hit Danzo, but were not enough to cause any significant damage. With great speed Sai emerged in front of Danzo, and sliced his tanto at the man's chest. However Danzo flipped in the air, and as a result evaded the attack. Sai was quite shocked, when Danzo gave a harsh kick to his face which sent him crashing towards the ground. But Naruto and Sai had trained for this fight, and as a result Sai gracefully landed on the ground. There was some blood coming out of his mouth though. Danzo looked at his former student and subordinate with a critical gaze. Your skills seem to have greatly improved. It looks like you must have trained for quite some time to make yourself strong. But something does not feel right. What are you up to, boy? Asked Danzo neutrally. Who knows? Figure it are yourself, jackass, said Sai mysteriously. There is something strange about him. I can feel some kind of power in him. I must find out what it is, thought Danzo tactically. He was a veteran of 3 great ninja wars, and in his long life he knew, even a Kage could be defeated by a weaker foe, if he made a single mistake. It was better to find out about the enemy's tactics before charging in battle. Danzo made a hand seal, that surprised Sai as he realized what jutsu that was. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. Immediately 5 shadow clones of Danzo appeared in front of him. Due to his experiment with Orochimaru's help, his power and chakra levels had greatly increased, and now he could use it effectively in this fight. All the clones performed a set of hand seals, while the original Danzo was clearly observing Sai from his right eye, that was hidden behind a set of bandages. Doden. Doryukatsu no Jutsu. Earth Element. Earth-style split technique. The clones slammed their hands on the ground in unison, which resulted in the earth to rise up and slip apart, as a chasm now raced towards Sai's position. Sai saw the danger he was in, and with great graceful movements started back flipping away from the quickly approaching chasm. He continued to put distance between himself and the chasm, but it continued chasing him. He put a hand in his pouch, and took out 3 exploding kunai. These are the last ones, I must make it count, thought Sai firmly. He sent the exploding kunai straight towards the chasm. His hits were successful and managed to stuck on the center of the chasm. Sai made the ram hand seal, and immediately the entire chasm was blown to pieces, leaving a lot of smoke and dust in the entire corridor. I will have to deal with the clones myself. I must save my chakra in order to prolong this fight with Danzo. Using ink clones is out of the equation. Shit, thought Sai with a frown. Sai suddenly brought his tanto forward and blocked a kunai strike from one of Danzo's clones, that came out of the smoke. Sai then used his reflexes and gave a leg sweep to the clone's legs, making it lose balance, and before it could even hit the ground, Sai clearly cut him in half, which made the clone disappear in a puff of smoke. Sai was then thrown high in the air, as he received a sharp kick to his chin. However, he quickly grabbed his attacker's legs and reversed in the air. With great physical strength, he lifted the clone high in the air, and slammed it on the ground, and destroyed it completely. Another clone gave a roundhouse kick at Sai's chest, but it was blocked as Sai used both of his hands to shield himself. However, the clone of Danzo gave a leg sweep to Sai, and made him fall to the ground. Sai watched in shock, as the clone jumped high in the air and was about to give a crushing heel kick that would break his heart in a flash. At the last moment he was able to shift his position, but the kick still connected. The difference was that instead of his chest being hit, his left hand got hit. "Ah!" screamed Sai in pain, as he felt his left hand get broken. But despite the pain, he locked the clone legs with his own, and with a sickening twist broke both of his legs, making the clone disappear. Sai weakly got up from the ground, his body was in pain. His left hand was twisted. With great courage he set his broken hand back into position with a grunt. It took a great effort from Sai, not to scream and show any sign of weakness to his enemy. Suddenly another clone appeared in front of Sai, and attempted to send a right hook at Sai's face. Sai reacted instantly and got the clone's wrist with his right hand, and tried to give a kick with the help of his right knee, but the clone blocked it with his remaining hand. The real Danzo watched in amazement as Sai was standing firmly against his clones, and was giving a tough fight. The boy had gotten stronger, he had a lot of potential to become an Anbu captain. A shame, he would have to be killed tonight. Danzo watched closely as his clone and Sai sent a volley of kicks and punches at each other. The boy's left hand was completely broken, and was now useless, but that was not stopping him from putting up a valiant fight. Danzo watched in shock as his clone tried to give a punch to Sai's face, but Sai ducked in an instant. In a flash, Sai attached something to the clone's chest and jumped away quickly. The clone suddenly shook violently as something glowed on his chest, and after a second it was blown to smoke. A exploding tag. No, it requires a hand seal to set off, I see. He created a seal that disturbed the clone's chakra network from the inside and made him unstable, which ultimately dispelled it. A great fuinjutsu technique, thought Danzo curiously. Pant, where is the last one? Thought Sai tiredly. He was losing strength with each passing moment, his left hand was gone for good, he was low on weapons and chakra, and his enemy was not showing any signs of defeat or retreat. Things were not looking good for him. However, he knew there was also the real Danzo. Forgetting about him would be a big mistake. As a result, he had set up a trap just in case he got cornered. Sai was utterly shocked when someone busted from beneath the ground of his feet. There was no time to react. He could see Danzo's clone ready to plunge his kunai straight inside his skull. Both of their eyes locked for a moment, and Sai again felt a little strain in his eyes. The clone was shocked when the Sai in front of him suddenly vanished. He was still in mid-air, when he heard a voice behind him. "This is the end," came Sai's voice from behind. In swift motion, Sai beheaded the clone with the kunai in his right hand, making it disappear in a puff of smoke. Sai collapsed on the ground. He was really tired now. The real Danzo understood the entire trick as he watched his clone getting destroyed. He had received the memory of each and every clone, and had analyzed his opponent's battle tactics, and the trump card he was using. The memory of the last clone, and the thing which he saw with his right eye, made him understand the entire mystery of Sai's power. He had to hand it to Naruto. Even though the man was a traitor, Danzo had never seen such a powerful and tactical Anbu captain in ages. It seemed Naruto had thought about everything that could happen in the battle, and had taken countermeasures to save his friend and give him more time to fight or escape from the battle. Naruto Uchiha, you really are genius. You transferred chakra from your sharingan eyes, and sealed it into Sai's eyes. Sharingan sends waves of chakra in order to hypnotize the opponent and catch him, and control him with genjutsu. You used your genjutsu and fuinjutsu abilities to set up a mechanism that would instantly place me in a genjutsu when I'm about to kill your friend. The effect is just for a moment, but it gives Sai enough time to escape from my lethal attack, or counterattack and kill me. I really wished you were not my enemy, thought Danzo with a frown. Danzo was quite shocked that Naruto's jutsu practically saved Sai every time he was about to die. What amazed Danzo was that in a way it was similar to his trump card, but the difference was Naruto's jutsu didn't cost Sai any damage, while his trump card was costly. But there was one big defect in Naruto's jutsu: it needed to have eye contact with the enemy in order to place his genjutsu for a few moments, allowing Sai time to escape or attack. And Danzo had found this weakness, and the way to overcome it. Danzo stepped forward, his enemy's tactics were now known to him. It was time to end this fight. You have fought valiantly, but this is the end for you, said Danzo stoically. But he was intrigued when he saw a smirk form on Sai's face. Is it my end or yours? Asked Sai deviously. Danzo was shocked when he heard a voice mutter something from the shadows. Doden. Yomi Numa, swamp of the underworld. Danzo was shocked beyond words as the ground beneath him transformed into a sticky mud river. He slipped in it and was now covered in mud up to his neck. He saw an ink clone of Sai at a distance, hidden in the shadows. It had his hands pressed on the ground indicating it had performed the jutsu. I underestimated him. He hid a ink clone in order to catch me off guard, thought Danzo bitterly. He was disappointed as he got caught by a young Anbu. Danzo's eyes widened in shock as he saw Sai jump in the air, and heading towards him with his tanto in his right hand. He was coming at great speed, and his attack was going to slice Danzo's head off. This is the end for you, yelled Sai angrily. In one swift motion he sliced Danzo's head off, and crashed into the mud river. It's over, Naruto. We won. These were Sai's final thoughts, before his eyes widened in shock when he felt something cold pierce his chest. With Naruto. Naruto felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling that something bad must have happened. Sai, hang in there, prayed Naruto worriedly. He didn't want anything to happen to his friend. Naruto didn't know whether he would be able to go on further without Sai's support. Sai was his closest friend, and was the only reason he was able to stay sane en route. He didn't care about anything else, he just wanted to get Ray out of here and head off towards Sai's position. Naruto saw a couple of wooden tendrils and branches emerge from the ground, and rushed towards him. He saw Ray was trying her best to perform the jutsu, and he was shocked beyond words that she possessed Mokuden Kekkei Genkei of the Shodai Hokage. But still, her technique was not at all perfect, but if it hit him it could cause some serious damage. He couldn't use Kurama's chakra to heal his wounds, and that put him at a great disadvantage. Kurama, I am going to unleash my full power, said Naruto seriously. Are you serious? Asked Kurama in shock. If Naruto unleashed his true power, even Kurama doubted that he could defeat him. The boy was a monster. The only person who was more powerful than Naruto was Madara Uchiha, and a few of the cage-level shinobi. But even that would change in a few years. Kurama, you have fought the Shodai Hokage, right? How strong is her jutsu? Asked Naruto quickly. He had slowly started gathering his chakra. He would have to do it on his own power, as using Kurama's power in this situation may harm Ray or his own body due to the curse seal of Danzo. It is nowhere near Hashirama's level. She has barely scratched the surface of wood style, but before things can get more dangerous, you need to end this fight, advised Kurama sagely. Got it, said Naruto sternly. The wooden branches were getting closer and only one thought was running through Naruto's mind. To think, you would go this far for Danzo, thought Naruto sadly. Naruto clasped both of his hands together, and gathered a large amount of his own chakra. You shouldn't have made me do this, Ray, said Naruto angrily. A violent wave was sent throughout the entire base. Even the root Anbu outside the barrier were blown off their feet due to the power of the wave. They looked inside the barrier and were shocked to see Naruto's entire body covered in a bluish-white chakra. He looked like a fallen angel from heaven. His blonde hair was flowing wildly in the air, and his three-tomo sharingan changed into a shuriken. Ray couldn't believe the power of her opponent. Even Kurama was amazed. Out of all his containers, Naruto was the strongest and the most dangerous. The fact that he had two more trump card up his sleeve was astonishing. Naruto's chakra was so powerful that it destroyed the entire roof of the base. The chakra chains of Ray melted like they were nothing, and freed Naruto. Ray couldn't believe her chakra chains got destroyed so easily and quickly. Her Mokuden attack collided with Naruto violently, causing a big explosion and a lot of smoke spread inside the barrier, as the debris flew in every direction. It's over, thought Rei tiredly. But her eyes widened in shock, as the smoke started to clear, and what she saw would forever be arched in her memory forever. Naruto's entire body was surrounded by a giant humanoid monster skeleton. It was covered in armor, and on top of that its entire body was covered in ice, that looked hard as steel. It was FC King Huge too, and the power it was radiating was immense. What is this? Asked Rei fearfully. This is my final Susanoo. It is as powerful as a Biju, said Naruto seriously. But the most shocking thing about the Susanoo was that it had two large wings made of ice on its shoulders, and a sword in its right hand that was glowing magnificently. It is so beautiful, thought Rei in awe and amazement. Naruto opened his eyes, and Rei's shock further increased as they were now cerulean blue with shuriken in it. What are you? Asked Rei in awe. Naruto looked at his daughter kindly, his crystal blue eyes eased her tension, and all her stress. I'm an angel of the Lord, said Naruto calmly. Everyone's eyes further widened in shock, as the entire Susanoo lifted in the air, and was now standing in the sky. There was a surge of enormous power. Naruto's sword sparkled brightly and suddenly dark clouds formed in the sky. The clouds were so dark, that the entire moon got blocked out of view. The only light in the corridor was that of Naruto's Susanoo, and its magnificent wings and its heavenly-looking sword. Rei totally believed she was seeing an angel of Kami-sama. Naruto was looking truly handsome and beautiful in this form. Naruto looked at Rei calmly, but his eyes hardened when he saw the root Anbu. It was time to end this. Waves of ice started forming around the sword of Naruto's Susanoo, and the words which Naruto said shocked everyone. Attack! Hiranmara.
Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, comment and subscribe, as well as checking out the author on fanfiction.net.